We will be starting very soon. Sorry for the delay. Yo, what is up, internet? We're back again for, I don't know, some wacky, I don't know, overclock attempting, I guess. So we shall see how it goes. Oh, did I get a delivery? Hold on. Okay, where was I? Oh, look at this. Well, a belated thank you for the follow, Phoenix Richie. Appreciate it. And then also over on YouTube, an extra belated thank you for the follow from Frajor. Thank you. Frajor or Fralor. Appreciate that on YouTube. Let me see. Let me get my earbuds so I can check stream audio. Today we're continuing to live the dream as we play around with the history of Jonesy Dude's I don't know, GPUs. going through my past. We're checking everything out. We're seeing what's up. See which ones are dead. Which one did I kill in storage? Which one is still working? And which one can still overclock and manage to land in some leaderboards here or there? There we go. Where's my channel? So this is the multi-part series we're doing for for my, you know, what? It's kind of cool. We got 100 subs over on YouTube. That's definitely cool to finally hit that number. And let's see. It's just nice to, you know, people that come out and support, whether they lurk or follow or thumbs up or whatever, chat, comment, all of those things help out a lot. And so by doing that, I figured I'd do a multi-part series on something that I've been wanting to do for a very long time, but never really had any kind of excuse other than I wanted to do it. So then the motivation sometimes is not there because you might find other things to do, which is go through all of my old GPUs and just pull them out of storage, pull them out of boxes, pull them out of other systems if I have to. And just see which ones survived. Which ones did I have all that time that were a good silicone lottery pull, as it were, right? And you can hear the old Jonesy flip-flops flapping as I pace back and forth as I think what I need to do. Achoo! Oh, squeeze me. Sorry. You can also hear the random sneeze. Too much thinking makes me sneeze. Ooh. Yeah. Okay, so I think first of all, I'll introduce kind of the box that we're going to use for the jank. So the jank is going to be in this box. This is an empty old box, right? We're going to cut a couple square holes on each end. One is going to be for the 120 millimeter radiator to reside at one end, and then on the other end will be I don't know, some fan, whatever fan we can fit on this side, you know. And then what's going to be inside of it, it's going to be a tunnel of ice packs. I don't think I'm going to use like ice because it's, you know, ice causes a little bit more condensation and melting than ice packs do. And actually what I was hoping to do is like kind of like form them around the edges, so it's kind of like a tunnel of ice packs. So that's what we're going to try to do. And then just in case there's any condensation, maybe a few more paper towels here and there, you know, just there shouldn't be too much because, you know, again, we're not doing something as cold as like if you saw Jay's 2 cents video, or in the future if you watch it. It's an awesome video. He's done that before several times, but he actually uses like a big cooler and a lot of ice bags and water, and then obviously if he added salt or anything like that to it, that would make it even colder. So his experiment is much colder than what we're going to manage with ours, but still I think it'll be fun. We will probably have to lower this, which may be detrimental for the view, but more importantly, it's probably going to be detrimental for my back. But anyway, that's what I need to find some fan some 3-pin or 4-pin fan header adapters that I can use to plug into either USB or to a power outlet, which I do have. I just gotta find them. So let's get this place looking fancy real quick, because this thing may just die at any moment. This GTX Titan here, right? It's been, you know, it's been through hell. Okay. Let me see something. This is curious. Oh no, that's just the fans breathing. That's pretty weird. Alright, whatever. So my OBS is showing my mic is like bouncing all over the place, but that's probably just fans and stuff in the background. Okay. Now let me bring over some gosh, I really hope I can find those adapters, dude. We got an EVGA, or we can have a Corsair. Hell, on one end, maybe we can put two 140 fans, 140 millimeter fans, and we'll put one Corsair branded one and one EVGA branded one, and then on the other end, all will be forced through the liquid radiator for the GPU. What kind of fan adapters do I have here? So I got some more Molex ones, so you know, we could probably do those. That's an option. Okay, so I'll bring those over with fans just in case. Got some splitters, got some extension ones. What's this one here? Oh, I can't see. My gosh. Eyes. That's another Molex. Oh, that's a 4-pin. Okay, so that's heavy duty. That's definitely gonna give some power right there. What's this thing for? Yeah, I don't know what that is. That's an old adapter. That adapter was sold. I don't remember what it was. So, my apologies. At the moment, I'm off to the side, in case anyone's adding me right now. I'll be right back. I'm just grabbing the adapters that we're going to attempt to use for this janky setup. So, in the meantime, if you're interested to see where this goes and you're not sure if you can stay for the whole stream, you know, if you feel like it, if you don't mind, you can go ahead and give a follow, or YouTube likes to call them subs. So whatever the name of the thing is on the platform you're watching, feel free, give a follow or bookmark. If you're not sure you want to follow yet, you can bookmark my URL to my stream page, and then you can just drop back by later. Or if you got a good memory, then you'll just, you know, end up researching Jonesy dude. So it might storm. Okay, so heads up. There does appear to be possible storms in the area near me. So if the stream dies, it's because I lost power. And when I lose power here, most of the time I also lose internet. So even though a lot of times I try to use battery backups, you know, I can't back up, you know, the ISP internet connection. That's on them, if you will. Alright, so we got a couple things here. Got 1, 2, 3 different Molex connectors. We can try to daisy chain some of this, you know. Just try not to, you know, overlap on things that are too heavy duty. Might end up taking this fan. This fan's a little slow, so there's a good chance I'm going to take this one off and just use this one, and just have this, you know, low blowing fan air on the PCB of the GPU here. So let's go ahead and do that. Do I have... Most of my screwdrivers are thick, so I don't know if I got any that will get in there with those screws. So I gotta find something that's rare around here, something thin. Something thin. Where the fuck? Maybe these iFixit ones, or maybe these? I don't know if these have big enough teeth. These are thin. Oh yeah. All right, so let's see if hopefully these aren't welded on too hard. Let me switch camera setups here. All right. Okay, and then we need this to go down lower anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and get that out of the way. Start lowering this down, which should allow you to see a wider area of what I'm doing. But it also means you won't have as close a view at the PC, which that's fine, I guess. That's whatever. We've got plenty of painter's tape, so we can use that on our icebox. So any newcomers to this stream or VOD, we already tested this yesterday. So generally you want to test something first and make sure it works at a basic level before you do something janky to it, right? And we already did that, and it works. It actually overclocks a little bit, you know. It doesn't get too hot. I mean, as far as we can tell, it's possible the sensors are bad, you know, the age and abuse that this has went through and things of that nature. This fan can be there, I guess. Try to figure out what's a good spot for this fan here. Maybe right there. Maybe that might be all right. can always like hang it from here. That might be safer. Yeah, let's do that. I got plenty of these, whatever the heck these things are called. So that the less floating, or the less things that are just, you know, leaning around in here, the better. Okay. Give a little bit of a pull for the rad. And this is going to be for a little bit of the CPU, a little bit of the, get that like that, a little bit of the RAM, a little bit of the CPU, a little bit of the GPU. And then we're going to have this one can be like right there, like it was yesterday. And then I got another one of these little ones. I like these little fans because they have like a pass through. So that means I can daisy chain this, not this one, where's the other one? I can daisy chain something. Where the hell is it? This one. So the one at the back, we can daisy chain that for the little one. Okay, and then as I adjust it down, this is going to have to adjust down as well. But for the time being, we could actually show, I'm going to grab this little fan in here. So. Okay, so we'll use a regular old screwdriver set up here. And then I have a fan that I can put here instead, maybe? I don't know. We'll see. Temporarily, I think we'll be okay to take away this little fan from here. Just got to see what is it extending here. It's helping something plug there. Interesting. I don't know what fan's going to that one. Is that a fan header on the bottom? Hold on. It might be. No, that's not a fan header. See, I think I may have used all the fan headers here. Dude. Okay, so that's where I'm gonna grab one of those splitters. No, these are extensions. What I want is a splitter. Dude, am I all out of splitters? That's tragic if that's true. Palmer, dude. Major Palmer, bro. And these actually might be not just extensions, those might be the ones that like cut down the voltage so you can have your fans run quieter. What's this? Nope. This is a, yep, here's another low noise. Yeah, I don't want that. We're not going for those right now. What we're fighting with is just run. Just have the fans friggin' run, dude. That's what we want. Always be damned. Alright, whatever, dude. Let's get out of there. So I'll probably end up putting this one back in. But for now, it's a coming with me. Ah, so that's for that fan. Okay, fair enough. There we go. No problem. Voila. So this will go back over here for old googly eyes. Okay. This will probably be over here somewhere like that. Let me move this out of the way. Actually, let's bring okay. Boom. So now we got extra cooling for that side of everything. Okay. And then we got this fan here. Can go for the RAM, a little bit of the CPU, and a little bit of the GPU. That, I don't know if I should put that one that way. Unless I'm gonna maybe have this there. Yeah, I think I'll put this little one here so it gets some of the VRMs there. There's that. Dot, 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 dot. And we got this. Gotta blow air that way. Tighten up right here. Okay. Now this, let's unplug this. Where did I, wait, no. Where is the actual overlap that I did? No? Oh, maybe I went through like that. No? Is this one? There we go. Alright, so this might be the difficult part here. Trying to get this off to the side. So turn it around a few times. Okay. And how do we want this? Blow through this way, I guess. Because you gotta keep this higher than that stuff. Put it like this for a second. Let's get some of this stuff out of the way. We don't want the table going down on this stuff. And I'll probably put this in that. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Okay, cool. See how far we can go without affecting anything here. I think we're fine. We might be able to go to the bottom of this. We did. Okay. All right, cool. So, wow, what a view. Okay, so now how do I elevate this setup? How's this setup going to get elevated? Okay, so we definitely want to put tape on the inside of this box here. This is our box. This is what we're using. Okay, cool. Now, so then we'll end up putting the two fans here, like that, both of them, right here. Well, we'll leave this out of the equation now. That'll be later. So these two fans here, you know, kind of keep it close to the top. So we'll have to cut through. Right. So that'll be one side. And then the other side will be the radiator, which I haven't decided. It'll probably be easier. We'll see whether it's easier on the top or if it's easier on the bottom to cut it up. Trying to think. Hardest part is going to be getting a couple tables or something that will allow this setup to keep the radiator higher than the pump, especially on an old liquid cooler. It's important for them all, but the older they are, the more air they have in them. See, that's not going to be high enough. See, just that's not high enough. Interesting. So if I did this, I'd have to have another box on top of that. What the heck? Oh, that's the beep I was hearing. It's the dishwasher. What the heck? Alright, so maybe I have it figured out here. So I got a box over here. Hold the phone here. Not there for a second. Why are these all... Okay, that's fucking weird. Alright, so we got this big box that we can put on top of the tables. All we gotta do is tape this box. Oh gosh. What in the world have I come up with here? So big box just to put the other box on. Yo, Cat World, what's up? Thanks for dropping by. Appreciate you over there on YouTube. How's everything going? Don't mind my spam. That's just me not getting my chat timers set good. All right, this is Pretty good. Okay, now I just need 2 of those fold out tables. Let me grab 2 of these. Let's grab 2 of the heavier ones. That lighter one's gonna probably tip over too easy. Okay, so I can do those. And then this. Oh man. Hey, when you jank, you jank. You know what I'm saying? Let's get some background noise going on here on this old Vita. What the heck? Where's my... Oh, there it is. Wake up club. Well, let's go. Oh, you can't use it. Alright, whatever. Then we'll just put freaking Mega Man on again. At least we know that one works. Okay. So now that should keep our radiator higher than the rest of the situation here. But we've got to move this whole thing down. Like that, because I need to be able to get over here to work on this poor thing. Kind of turn this off to the side a little bit. Probably go down even more. There we go. Shoot. All right. Kind of gonna do this, and then let's wake up this other camera, because this one, I'm not sure how high can this one go. That's as high as we can go. So this will show off, I guess, the this will show off kind of like the radiator's reach, I guess. Put that out of the way. Just like that. Yo, what's up? Who just dropped in? Deborah Kate Harrison. Thanks so much for dropping by on YouTube. What do you got there? Ryzen 5 5500 with an RX 6600. Worst combination ever. Had lots of no display shutdown restart while gaming. Really? Oh, that friggin' sucks, man. Well, to be fair, I've had that with, you know, quite a few different brands as well. And different combinations. Sometimes, I mean, I don't know a lot about those in particular. Like, I've never owned those specific two CPU and GPU that you're talking about, so I don't have personal experience with those. But what I've learned is you can get a crappy version of a product, like a defective one, on any brand, and that's why I don't have brand loyalty. I like to you know, do a little prayer that I get a good one. whatever it ends up being, I hope I get a good one. And then if it's reviewing good, that kind of helps me like buy something. But sometimes I've been just unlucky and it didn't matter. Even though I picked the one that had the best reviews, I still got some crappy stuff over the years. But appreciate you coming by, and I'm sorry you went through that. You think it was drivers or the hardware? I wish this was a little more stable. I just imagine this whole thing doing this, you know? Yo, hey, thanks for, what'd you do there? Thanks for subbing over on YouTube. Appreciate it. Heck yeah. Appreciate that. Probably have it like this. God. I can't believe the jank that this is. This is another level of ridiculous. Alright, hold on, let me put that back over there. I'm gonna have to take some of this stuff out here. We'll retape these down. For now, gotta get some of this out. Or maybe if I just spread it out better. This extra stuff here. That is better, actually. Alright, cool. Okay, I have one more thing I could fix here. Yeah, I think that's better, so let's tape it back up. know what? I think I better type my hellos to you real quick because it's possible you could be back in time a little bit because I have rewind turned on for the stream on YouTube. Boom. There you go. All right. So again, if you're watching the VOD or if you're live right now, a lot of my streams get set to allow for rewinding, and plus I have had some stream delay issues over the years with some of my stream settings. So my apologies. It's possible that my stream today is a little too strong, and you can always try to fast forward it, like do the 2x speed till it catches up to me, or you can refresh sometimes. That'll do it. But it just sucks that, you know, a lot of times it's just straight up delay. So my bad. Sorry about that. Which means when you do things or say hello to me, it might seem like I'm ignoring you, but I'm definitely not. I'm just I either missed it because I'm a Momo, which happens, or okay, hold on. Let's see here. Got to get all these things stretched out. This is how we're going to try to reach for power. Okay. Which one is this? What even is this one? Oh, that's for you. Okay, you're right there. Okay, fair enough. Got you there. Yo, Gora! Yo, what is up, man? Thanks for coming by. Let me read what you're typing. Hold on. Oh, come on. Now it doesn't want to fucking fit the Molex. Come on now. There we go. Today I buy a 3070 triple fan Asus card. Now I'm thinking about other parts. Oh, you got it! Congrats, my dude. Hell yeah. Let's go, dude. i5 14400. Okay. B760 Steel Legend Wi-Fi motherboard. Let me see, the B760M. Yeah, I think those would be perfectly fine together. You know, I just repeat myself all the time. Just always double check prices for, you know, either the same things or similar things, and that's pretty much all I would you know, kind of say in addition, is just keep an eye on those things, because obviously if it's the exact same thing, you should try to get the best price, right? But sometimes you find similar things that are just as good, maybe even a little bit better, and they might be close enough of a price that that it you know, like if it's a $10 difference and you can get, you know, instead of the 14400, you know, whatever the next level is, right? So keep that in mind. Also, since that is an F, keep in mind that I think some of the F CPUs don't have integrated graphics, which you know, a lot of times I prefer CPUs that don't have that. It's, you know, every now and then you might find a CPU that overclocks better, the version of it that doesn't have the iGPU. But sometimes it's very convenient to have that as an extra kind of backup for when you have problems, or if you know, if you sell a GPU or you had to RMA one and you're waiting for one to come back. It's good to be able to plug into your motherboard. So that's something else to check out on your specs. Because I think the Fs don't have that, though I could be wrong. So just double check that. Like go ahead and Google that up. But otherwise, I think that's really cool. And then, you know, if you're not partial to, like, it has to be Intel, and you're okay with certain AMD systems, like I said, just compare pricing for similar spec'd AMD CPUs and motherboards, because you never know, you could get a good deal. Right, I think the F ones, I'm gonna Google it myself because I'm actually curious to make sure. F on Intel CPU. Right, so any Intel CPU that has an F in the name at the end, that will mean that it doesn't have the integrated GPU. You know the kind you can plug into your motherboard, even without a graphics card. And so it's personal preference, you know, it's up to you. So the F version of a CPU versus the regular version that has iGPU, usually there's not a big difference, except for some people who like to overclock will say that they like the F version better. I don't know if it's true or not, but I've heard some people say that they overclock a little bit better the F1, right? But the non-Fs, you know, and it still depends on the CPU, because some don't have integrated graphics no matter what. But you know, it's just like a little nice thing to have for troubleshooting, because I've had GPUs like give me problems and I couldn't tell if it was my motherboard or what the problem was, and by being able to plug into the HDMI port on my motherboard, I was able to find out, okay, well, it's not the motherboard, it's not the CPU, it's not the RAM, because it runs, so then that means it's most likely my GPU. It just helped me troubleshoot, but it's not the end of the world. Don't make any mistake, especially if you feel like playing around with, you know, tweaking some settings here or there. Maybe you'll have a little bit better mileage with the F1. But the biggest advice besides that I would tell you, like I said, is absolutely consider AMD as well. You know, obviously, you know, depending on your budget, just search AMD parts too, unless you don't want AMD at all, then that's personal preference. Why the fudge? Alright, so that should run that one. Okay, so now let's pick which one of these the longest reach here. That's about the same. These are all about the same. But I'd probably say it's this one. Okay, so that will go there. So let's grab that Velcro strap, because now we're going to use it here for this cable. Yes. Right, yeah. AMD would be a different motherboard. And then, you know, it's the same with like your Intel. Depending on what generation Intel CPU, then certain generations of Intel motherboards is what you'll need. And that would be the same with like AMD or whatever, you know. So like AM4 versus AM5. Excuse me. So, like if you're looking to upgrade later, you know, by starting with a 14400, you know, you're not going to be able to upgrade to like a new generation like a 1500, because Intel said they're done with that specific type of thing. But you do have a lot of CPUs to upgrade with, because, you know, there's the 14600s, the 14700s there, and then of course the 14900s. Like there's more CPUs above the 144 that in the future you can upgrade to, right? Depending on you know, your motherboard and the BIOS that they release for it, right? But if you were to like find like a good deal on like I forget which ones, whether it's the B650s or the B850s, which are AMD motherboards, if you found good deals on those that is close to the motherboard price of that 760, at least those not only allow you to upgrade your CPU to higher levels of whatever generation you start at, but since it's an AM5 motherboard, AMD is going to be supporting AM5 for the next couple years. So that means the next CPUs supposedly will end up being compatible with AM5, and then that gives you some more new style stuff that you can upgrade to in the future. But if you're getting a bang up deal, if it's cheap enough, the deal you've landed for a motherboard, then upgradability isn't the end of the world. Because if you got a cheap deal in the future, it's not a big deal that you might have to end up getting another motherboard to upgrade your CPU, because you got such a good deal today. So that's all about budget and like whatever deals you can get, you know, whether or not you're going local to buy from someone, or if you're going to find a sale online or whatever. That's where, you know, that's why I recommended that PC Builder channel, and, you know, even Jay's 2 Cents and like Linus Tech Tips. They just have these, like, they have videos that you can find from them where they like physically go out and like kind of show you the process of like, hey, look at me, I'm buying this, but I had to keep in mind that if I'm going to get this CPU, I need this type of motherboard, right? And it kind of helps you think that way, right? Whereas unfortunately with me, I'm not really out and about with it while I stream, so it's like, it's just me rambling. So I'm so sorry. I may end up confusing you more. But it's fun to talk about. I appreciate you coming by. I'm willing to talk about it anytime. anytime. All right, let me see. So this is how we're going to try to cut this, is we're going to stack these on here, right? And I'm going to punch the screws through to hold them in place. And then I'm going to use like a knife kind of to just, you know, trace out, hopefully, the hole that goes there. So I don't know, man. And that's how we're going to try to hold these fans in here. AMD, my eyes on 7600. Okay, 7600X, yep. Both crossing my budget. Yeah. Okay, so exactly. So the difference between, like, I don't know the performance difference between a 14400 and a 7600. I don't really know, like, offhand, so I will Google it in a second. But I would definitely recommend, if you can get similar deals, AMD 7000 series or 9000 series gives you a much better future path. You still have to pay attention, just like Intel, you still have to pay attention to the motherboard choice. Obviously, not only do you want to get a generation, like AM5 in other words, for those CPUs, but you also want to make sure that it, you know, it will be compatible with, you know, a few levels higher than whatever CPU you're getting now, because that gives you a path for the future, right? So like, for example, even with AMD, if I got the super cheapest motherboard that they have, right, and I start out with a, you know, a nice, whatever it might be, budget CPU from AMD that fills my needs now, if that motherboard is kind of underpowered, it may not have a good upgradability path for me to like upgrade to like a 7800 X3D one day, right? You know what I mean? So let me see. 7600 socket, because I want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. AM5, perfect. So for 7600, you can get X670, X670e, B650, B650e. You can do B850. You can do X870 and X870e. So obviously the 70 series of motherboards are the more high-end usually. They will cost a lot more. But you can get really good performing 50 series. So between like the B650s and the B850s, you can get good motherboards that will give you a nice upgrade path. So you can start out, you know, with whatever you find a good deal on now, and then a year, a couple years from now or whatever, you still are able to upgrade to maybe a 7800X 3D or whatever. Anyway, I'm just a little bit rambly here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the MSI B650M Gaming Plus Wi-Fi. Yeah, that looks like a good one. Yeah, I've seen that one before. In fact, I think Hardware Unboxed reviewed it. Let me see. Let's go over here. So here's a good video for you right here. So like when you get a chance, like later, like watch that video as well. And there's more, don't get me wrong, it's not just these guys. There's tons of people that review things. And then even these guys, Hardware Unboxed, they've reviewed probably the 650 motherboards like several times, you know what I mean? And also they've even reviewed the 850 motherboards, right? So that's their 650 video. And then this is a good video here where it kind of explains. I recommend the second video that I'm putting here. Same guys, but this is where they compare 870 versus 670 versus 8 versus and then the B650 versus the 850. You know, and that'll give you some good ideas as far as like, is it worth getting the 850 versus the 650, or am I fine with the 650? And most of the time they tell you that you're 100% fine with the 650 or with the 670, right? But you know, it's worth a watch because, you know, everybody's use case scenario is a little different. So and this is the prompt that I searched YouTube with to get these, because they test a ton of stuff, you know. So I search it like this, just real easy. I just put their name and then I put like 650, or I put their name and I search 850, because the 850s will bring up the same thing. They'll bring up the 650s as well when you search like that. So. But yeah, if you can get the same price or it's only a little bit more, it's possible you might have a happier in the future upgrade experience if you go with AMD's 7000 series stuff. So just an idea, just food for thought. You never know. Oh, I was hoping to get a delivery. It's not for me. Oh well. If I get a good deal on CPU, it's a done deal. Yeah. I think that's the right idea. Is, you know, obviously you want to plan loosely ahead of time, like all your stuff. So like what we talked about here is, you know, kind of like leaning you, maybe I'll look into AMD now because it might help me with a better upgrade path. But once you have that foundation, then yeah, pick your CPU. Like, what do you want to aim for? What performance you want now, right? And then you can then find what's the best motherboard for the money to go with that CPU. That's a good plan. Dude, good luck with that. It's fun to do that as well, you know. I have more fun when I try to find out what the best is rather than just, you know, being like, you know, brand loyal or something, and just being like, oh, here's the new thing, gotta have it. I like researching and seeing, well, what do they give you for your money, you know? So, good luck, dude. Where's my screwdriver? Keep misplacing it. Oh, here it is. Actually, I have one of these. Well, let's see if this thing is still charged up. I don't know if it is or not. Might not have any juice. Let's see if it does. No, it doesn't. Well, let's start charging it because we might need it today. Alright, whatever. Alright, Gaurav, thanks so much for dropping by, man, and I appreciate the chats. It's fun to talk about that stuff, dude. Hope you have a great one. Be safe out there in the wide universe of the internet. Alright, so where is that? I had like a smaller box cutter. I got regular size box cutter, but I also have like a smaller, like one of those thin blade types. That actually might be the easiest. Kind of trace this around here. And it's just another piece of advice for anybody that's listening is always be organized. Like, just from the get, be an organized person. Don't end up like Jonesy. I just throw shit everywhere, not on purpose, not to be a slob or anything like that, but I do it because it's like I work on things like every day. I never really stop. And so I get lazy sometimes because I'm thinking, well, tomorrow I'm going to use that. Why put it away? And then that's the big mistake. What the heck here? Alright, maybe I'll just use a regular blade because it is what it is, right? Let's just use a kind of like a pencil here, or a pen, or hell, even a marker. We'll just kind of trace it out. Let's see what do we need. Cutting a hole here. So I'm just taking a marker. I'm just drawing what hopefully will be the air vent hole, and then I'm gonna punch the other two holes here for these, because I'm hoping I can still use, like, leave enough of the cardboard to hopefully help hold the fan a little bit. Worst case scenario, I can, you know, run zip ties through and let them hang. Let them hang, bro. Let me go check. Why does the dishwasher constantly beeping today? What the heck, dude? Dude, chill. I'll open you up. We'll turn it off. Something must have went wrong with the cycle. Alright, so now we'll just try to gently unscrew these, because we're hoping to keep the use of those. You know what? I was gonna use this other camera, but now I'm not sure. So maybe it's just overheating for no reason. So let me turn this one off for now. And I think drop frames are not too bad again. So that's good. Alright, let's see what we got. So that's the EVGA one on the top. Okay. Now where's my box cutter? My regular one. Here it is. Okay, so this is probably just gonna tear it up, because this is like an older blade. But maybe if I go slow enough and don't lose my patience. So far, it's kind of okay. We're not losing our patience, Jones. Just, you know, nice and slow. Have some patience. Take it easy. Oof. You're losing patience. Don't do that. Okay, so you gotta kind of support it on the weak side. What the heck am I cutting through? Is that like a... Oh, right. Yeah, that makes sense. There's like a extra bit of cardboard there for stability, and that's where it overlaps and glues together. There we go. Now, because we took our patience, we should still be able to get rid of this piece. There we go. Look at that. Yo, Hack, what is up? My dude over on Twitch, man. How's the hackling life going, man? My goodness, bro. Dude, you're taking my brain back many moons. Many moons. We're going back in time right now. Good, dude. That's good to hear. I'm glad for you. So, I see you've come to witness the jank. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good actually. Yeah, doing a lot better than, you know, I have been. But a lot of the have-beens were like quite a while ago. So everything's going okay. Just busy, you know. I did eventually, in recent, I don't know, months, find time to do more with streaming and or content upload like on YouTube and stuff like that. But still very busy. But I don't know, I feel like I do more now that I'm actually more busy than I did when I had all the time in the world. It's like weird, right? I think sometimes when you don't have anything to do, it's easy to lose motivation, and that kind of happened to me a few times. So this is what we're doing. This is what we're doing, Hack. We're making our own icebox cooler, Jank, Jonesy edition. This is the Jonesy edition Jankified cooler. Hey, Born over on YouTube. What's up, man? What's up? Have you lost weight? I mean, yeah, I guess a little bit. Like I went through 2 different phases. So I'm definitely much lighter than I have been. Like there was a time when I was on some peculiar meds. And when you combine those with a good amount of snackage, yeah. And so yeah, now I'm a lot heftier than I was. Maybe there was an in-between that high point of weight, and then I lost a lot and I was in really healthy weight zone, right? But I still don't think I was eating as good as I am now. So I have like picked up a little bit of weight since then. That was probably 6 months ago. But yeah, I've been feeling a lot better, man. And one of the main things I cut out was I was just doing way too much sugar. And then, you know, any other thing you do in combination, like if you're on a lot of sweets and stuff, and then you also, like, you know, I partook in the booze and stuff like that. All of that just combines and makes a mess. So I was not in a good way health-wise. But now I'm a little better. Still procrastinating when it comes to like working out. You know, getting some cardio health in. You know how it is. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yep. Yo, Born, what's up? I was saying, ain't doing nothing when you don't have energy to do anything else either. Guess that's the best way to explain it. Yeah. When you ain't doing nothing, you ain't doing nothing. And sometimes it's, you know, it's like it feeds itself, right? You don't feel like doing anything, but then by not doing anything, it makes you feel like not doing anything, right? It just, that vicious circle. But yeah, absolutely, Hack. Yeah, I am. Thank you. That's cool, man. Hack's like a Wayback Machine right now. He's got the time machine power. So any recent streaming, Hack? You know, you know, we definitely have a bit of a time zone difference, but I feel like every now and then I catch a notification that was left over from the night before that you streamed. But I haven't seen those in a while, but then you could never tell with freaking with Twitch. Twitch is ridiculous. It's like sometimes the notifications are on point, and then sometimes it's like garbage. So I lurked a few times, like I don't know. It must have been a year ago. I was just a lurker. And of course, you know, my German is like 0.1%, so that didn't help either. But yeah, what's up, Born? How's your day? What are you thinking about the jank so far? We're gonna try to chase some 3D Mark records today on this OG first edition Titan GPU by running the air to the 120 millimeter radiator through a a jankified Jonesy edition cardboard icebox. And I didn't cut it perfectly, so there's going to be quite a bit of either turbulence or vortexes with the airflow, but whatever. Whatever. Is what it is, guys. You know, you can only do so much. You know, when you're Jones, you can only do so much. You know? Yeah, yeah. It's not gonna be huge. So I've watched Jace 2 Cents do this kind of stuff, but his is much colder because he dunks his like radiator in ice water, and then, you know, obviously if he were to add ice or maybe like a certain type of rubbing alcohol or something. I don't know if you can just use regular isopropyl, but if you add alcohol to it as well, to the ice water, you can get that freezing cold. And he's getting massive drops in temperature when he does his. Of course, he's also using, you know, most of the time, like the more recent one, he did it with a 5090. So that's definitely pumping out a lot more heat than this 700 generation of GTX Titan that I got here. Nope, no delivery for me today again. All right, so let's draw. Let's get a marker here. Draw the air opening circle here. Let's take these out gently. And we're going to screw these out as if it's an actual real a real frame that we had them bolted down into. Let's put this off to the side. We'll keep those. There we go. Now again, remember how I talked about patience? I need it more now than ever, because right now we're dealing with this is already compromised because of the other hole I cut. no. See, no patience, Jones. No patience, man. Huh? No joy. No joy, man. Fail. The heck? Where's my screwdriver? No, I should have took this out. Now I kind of feel like I'm committed to screwing it back in there. Fuck. Shit. Yeah, well, screw it. Might have to double-sided tape that. Oh, well, he, yeah, no, that's true, Born. But what he did is he used a pump to, like, force the water to go through the fins. So I think his is going to do better than mine still. Yeah, so he kept the water flowing through. So, but yeah, evaporative effect is stronger with air, I do believe. So I don't know, we'll see, man. If I could just keep it stable with just a little bit more clock. Like I was able to overclock it last night. What was I able to add on the memory? I think I was able to do either between 144 and 180. I added to the memory, and then with the GPU core, I was only able to get like 120, like 120 something, right? I think it was 126. Yep. So I was only able to add 126 there, and then the millivolts. I didn't really mess with like the voltage. That could have helped me as well. But voltage always kind of scares me anyway. So at most I added, I don't know, maybe 18 or something offset in the voltage. And those are millivolts. Just in case I wasn't clear. And so if I could just get a little bit cooler, I might be able to go just another level of overclocking. Probably not much, but just a little bit. Right, yeah, he took like a I don't know like the exact pump, but it was as if he took something like a fish pond pump, right? And he put it in a big cooler, and then the radiator itself, he would make sure that the water kept flowing either over it or through it. You know what I mean? He tested both. And then at one point, the pump, I think it died, and he had already did some runs. So then he started like moving it constantly, which is, you know, I don't want to have to do that, man. I don't want frostbite for the overclocks, you know. I'm hoping I don't have to get frostbite on my way there. So, but it was a cool video. I think it's funny. I enjoyed it, I guess you could say. But for me, I'm not going to be using regular ice. I'm going to be using those blue ice packs things, because I think it cuts down a little bit on the condensation. For this run, that's what I'm going to be doing. I think it's less messy, because you just get a little bit of condensation with those, and you don't have a ton of water to clean up after. So we'll see. Yay, look at that. It's not a bad slice job here with the old box cutter. Alright, let's see if we can get that one to go back in. This one's like done. Maybe it's just not long enough. Let me get one of these others. Kind of see if we can get one to like push through all the way here. So the first thing that's going to happen is these are going to fly off. I guarantee it. Boom. I am. Yeah, I am. So on one end, I'm putting two 140mm fans, right? And then I'm going to fill it with and make kind of like an ice tunnel, right? And then on the other end, I'm gonna have the radiator mounted as the exhaust, right? So in, and then cold air out that way. that's what I'm gonna try to do. Yeah. So here's our, I'm just testing it up right now. See what we get out of it. Okay, so this will then hook to these Molex adapters to the fans. Right there. Alright. Okay. And then I might have to tape these or something. But let's just kind of check here. You're going to get more air going through the radiator if you keep the fans mounted to the AiO and pull the air through. Oh yeah, no, I'm doing both. So these are going to push air through, okay? And then the AiO is going to have two fans on it at the end that will pull air through the radiator, right? So I'm doing both. I might test it with just one at first because this is an insanely beefy fan right here, and I don't think I have a fan that can match it. Like I have the others of these that I bought. This is a Noctua NFP12 Redux 1700 fan, and it pushes so much air. So yeah, the AiO is still going to have at least one fan, and then I may even do a push-pull on the radiator itself. And then in addition, these are gonna push air through to like kind of like push that cold air even more, or at least that's what I'm hoping. so many fans, man. we're gonna be crazy. Yeah, nice. Yeah. This is gonna be wild. I don't even know. What I'm worried about is, like I said, I'm worried about these fans like falling off, so might get the zip ties out. I don't know. So I'm thinking, you know, and then I have a box that I'll put under this so it lifts it up. Right now I'm just, you know, cutting everything because we're gonna want to keep the radiator, you know, obviously above the pump. Because, you know, this is old. So it's definitely had its evaporation timing. Oh, so now, trying to think. Probably going to be easier if I mount this, like cut the hole for this closer to the bottom of the box here. Let's see if I could lay these down like that. Okay. So I'll be trying to cut the hole, I think, towards the bottom here, maybe middle, because it's gonna be, I'm gonna have to like kind of like put stuff under it to kind of keep it up so it doesn't just fall out. I don't know. All right, let's get this over here so I can see about it. Oh gosh. Whoa. What was that? Oh, cool. Thanks, Anton. Thank you for the sub over on YouTube. Appreciate it. Thanks for dropping by as well. Never mind, you said you're using those ice blocks. Oh, about the garbage bag thing. Yeah, I might. I mean, you know, I might still use that because, you know, they still do condensate, so I might still throw that in there. And I would probably put paper towels around the motherboard. Not so much because I don't think I'm gonna get it cold enough to condensate in there. But just in case I bust a line, because like I said, this is old. This AiO. And, you know, you never know. One of these lines might be ready to pop. You know, like, not necessarily the line itself, but like, you know, like where it connects or something. Like maybe if I tweak it too much, we might have it going everywhere in here. I don't fucking know. Okay. I think I should have done this first. And then those... No. Actually, no. Because then I would have... Yeah. I wouldn't have been on the same page with my idea, probably. We'll do it like this. So I'm going to get the other box up here. So it will give me the space I need. Ooh. Watch out. Jones is on the move. We got boxes. And more boxes. I got this thing too. So that can go here. Yeah. So we'll save this for when we're actually using it. These fans are gonna fall out while I'm doing this other side. Guaranteed. First, you did. You gave me the idea, man, so you better patent it. The first PC diaper. Overclockers would pay for it, dude. That is such a brilliant name, too. For all your overclocking needs. Oh gosh. Okay, so then this, see, will end up like that. Damn it. I didn't get the camera right. Hold on. a little, nah, still not gonna be able to see it that well, but whatever. So anyway, right here, I end up putting this. So I kind of want the radiator inside and then the pull fan to be on this side of the cardboard, but the radiator I kind of want to push it through into it so that the ice packs can be around the radiator itself as well. That's what I kind of want to do. So I think the best thing to do is to use this fan, since the fans that go on this are 120, we'll end up using this fan to make our cutouts. Actually no, I'll find another fan that has a little bit bigger of a but this is the main fan I plan on using. Let me put it on this camera actually. On the radiator. The radiator is only a 120 millimeter, so we're not really, we're not in a big radiator situation at the moment. But if you ice it enough, maybe it doesn't matter for this little shitty 3D Mark run I'm gonna try to do. Let me go get another 120 in case I do, even though they won't match. I'll just put the better fan on the pull or on the push side, and then the shittier one will be on the outside. So I got, what do I got here? I got a Cooler Master. So I don't know what everyone's opinions are, but when I do push pull, if I'm lazy enough that I didn't get matching fans, it's just better to get matching fans. I don't know what everyone's opinion is, but I like to put I like to get fans that have more space in between the fins for the pull one, right? And the reason for that is I feel like if it can't keep up, it has more space for the push fan to push more through, right? But, you know, I do have a couple of choices here, and hopefully I'll just match, you know, one that can pull just as much. But obviously it would be better if I just put two of those. I just didn't feel like uninstalling it from my gaming rig. That's where I have the other one right now. Okay. That's what you do? Cool. Nice. Nice. Third floor glitch. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate it. No, I'm good. Thank you. But I'm okay. Alright, so Nocta will be the push. That will stay on the radiator on the inside. And then one of these other ones, probably just go with this Cooler Master because it has a longer cable. This one's kind of short cable here. So I'll probably just go with that, and that will be the pull fan. Okay. Hopefully it's not a dead fan. Alright, so yeah. Alright, so let's use the Cooler Master to do our cut, because it will be what mounts through. Oh, it'll be like this. Duh. Alright. So I don't need this box up here anymore, because of what we're going to do instead. Oh my gosh, this is taking longer than I had expected. all of this and we'll get like one run out of it before it dies or something. Or before everything melts. Ugh. Where the hell did I put the fan? Oh, there it is. And I think I'll do in the middle. It's just a little difference. Yeah, true, true. So I might even have time to test both, because since they don't match, theoretically you could end up, you know, have one fan holding back the other, right? So I might try it with just the Noctua one pushing only, and then also have one where I have this one pulling as well. So yeah, because I can always, I have like a broken fan that I can use to help me mount it. So here, I'll show you what I mean. So I got this, right? So I can use this to help me mount like the through screws, the through bolts that go into the radiator that will help mount it on there. I can just cut these parts of this out, and then this would be a mounting mechanism to hold it in place. So that way I have two choices: push pull or only a push. So I'll keep that over here too. I mean, we're ready, man. When you got as much jank laying around as Jones, you're prepared for this kind of thing. Like, you're more prepared to create something janky than you are prepared to create something that is like a clean build. Yo, Visionary, thanks for coming by. What is up? How you doing? Appreciate you coming by. We're just having a silly fun day. Part of a multi-part thing that I'm doing where I'm just testing all the old GPUs that are from my history that I've had in my systems over the years. I do very little trading or selling of my old PC parts and components. I usually end up using them in other systems, or you know, keeping them as backups. And so I'm able to go back and just travel through my history and see which ones are still working, and are any of them able to overclock or get good scores on 3D Mark, thing like that. And this happens to be like the OG first GTX Titan, and so I figured, well, it scored fairly well for a beat up old card. And today I thought, well, I'll just try to put some ice and blow air over the ice and see if it, you know, does that overclock it better? I don't know. We might get a couple points extra by doing this. Oh gosh, that just went straight through. Damn. So camera, you know, a little bit shoddy camera work that I got going on. So luckily I'm always a jabbering, so I usually end up like thinking out loud to kind of explain what it is you can barely see on the stream. Right now I'm just mounting this old Cooler Master fan here, because I'm going to use it to let me take a marker and like outline where I need to cut the hole. And then also it helps me have these through bolt screw holes also ready to go. Alright, it's a little crooked. So now we're going to be Now we're gonna be in trouble. It's not clean. Didn't use a level. Oh God. Okay. We got that through. Now, permanent marker. And just kind of do that. The other reason I ended up using the Cooler Master is because it looks like Noctua, for the sake of really designing, having a lot of push through pressure on their fan, it looks like it's a little bit narrower, the cone part of it. So this Cooler Master is slightly wider of a cone, so we'll get a little bit better air hole here for everything. Yeah, yeah. This is the Gotham Steel edition, my guy. Come on now. Yeah, you. Finally, a man of class. Oh gosh, yeah, you can see it right here. It's upside down, but that's Gotham Steel. Let's go. Let's go, guys. Alright, so now we get the box cutter out. And remember, Jones, have patience. 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 When I go a little too crazy, when I cut, that's when the cardboard is, you know, it gives up a lot quicker. And I'm trying to keep enough cardboard left behind to be able to mount, that those screw mounts will actually hold a little bit the radiator and the fans, just like I did for the 140 fans on the other side. Gosh. Oh, wait. Now, I may have to slice, you know, a little rectangle here or there so we can angle in the rad. But that's what I'm going to do now, is kind of see how much extra cut do I need on the top or bottom. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, it's still, as long as it's not, you know, ridiculous. I think we're good enough. So the main thing I'm gonna probably need to like test is if we need to adjust top and bottom cuts, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, so I'm gonna take and probably do a little rectangle on the top, and I won't do the bottom because we want the bottom to have as much like, we could squeeze it through now, but it would probably rip the box. So I think we're better off if I just go ahead and rectangle the top here. Okay. So there, something like that. See that little, then we can get it to go through. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, dude. The ice tunnel is coming together. It will fall apart instantly, probably. Right when we're ready to use it. But if that happens, we have painter's tape, and somewhere I even have Gorilla Tape if we want to get real crazy. You can make the air go over more of the ice blocks. It will work better. Ah, good point. Okay, okay. So I'll try to make sure as many of those are rolled for the tunnel and the sides to get as much air flowing across. Good point. Thank you. Appreciate it. And then, you know, maybe this is just version 1.0 or version 0.1, right? Like maybe, you know, I got plenty of boxes. Like maybe in the future, I'm not going to do this again tomorrow. But in the future, maybe we will, you know, we'll buy the next bigger set of Gotham Steel, you know, like maybe we'll treat ourselves for Christmas this year. We'll get the, this is a 15-piece set. Maybe we'll go ahead and spring for the 27-piece set or whatever the hell the next one up is. Bigger box, more ice, more air passing over the air pocket or the ice pockets. Man, colder deal, man. Yeah, I don't know. All right. So here's what it's looking like. 140's over here. Okay. Through the Gotham Steel Cuisinart set box. The radiator, 120 millimeter radiator, will be on this side. And we will feel it, the sides, and roll it in such a way, hopefully, where air can pass over multiple layers and levels of these ice packs. And yeah, maybe we get something cooler. I don't know. So now I need my other box up here. Oh, this is just here for spacing, because I don't have a tall enough set of these standalone tables here. So to make sure the radiator is higher than the pump, this is how we're going to have to do it. Now, yep, that'll go through. So let me adjust my camera. So we want all of the jank to be witnessed. Let's see, can this go up higher? No, that's as high it goes. Oh no. All right. You can barely kind of see. See, there's the other end. All right, whatever. Okay. There we go. And then I'll cut 2 very small rectangles for the inlets. Okay. But that's the gist. And then we'll have a push fan here. And then may or may not have the pull fan mounted on the other side. We'll see. Alright, so let me do that. Not sure if you guys will be able to see what I'm talking about, but you could probably imagine what I'm talking about. I need to cut just a little bit. Gotta be careful because I don't want to lose my mounting holes there. If that makes any sense. So let's get the marker. Actually, I'll use the marker and then that way I can show it better when I'm cutting. Yeah, yes, right there. So the middle center is right there. Center is right there. Edge is there. Edge is there. Edge is there. Edge is there. And then you need it to go down. Let's see. How far down do we need to go? Need those to go down to the T. All the way down to here-ish. All right. Dude, I tell you what, fam. Okay. And now I can show the mess that I'm about to try to create as my 140 fans are about to fall out. So radiator side needs, let's do this side first. We need these lines to have place to fall, something like that. Put this out. Put these out. Do the same over here. Patience, patience. Okay, this one actually might be needing just a little more. There we go. That should be fine. All right. Get the thing to see the lighting correctly. Whatever. Turn that around. Now, should be able to line this up. Okay, cool. Now we need this fan. It's gonna be in here. We'll have its power cable come right out with this tube here. Just like that. Okay, cool. We only need two on that. We don't need to hammer this poor thing on to the back of this radiator. So I'm definitely going with the stronger fan as push, and then may or may not test with a pull fan on the other side that unfortunately will not match. but whatever. As Born said, we may not need to do that. We may be able to just go with I know I had another through bolt. What did I do with it? In my pocket? No? Dude, what in the world? No, that's not it. Where did all my through bolts go? This is pretty wild. Oh, I used them on this fan. Duh. Big does. Let's take 2 of those. Yo, what's up? Let me get closer. Honest, what is up? CPU? Okay, so this this build is an older CPU. It's a 7700K, the Intel. I believe that is like of the i7 class back in those days. And then the GPU that's in it is the first GTX Titan. So that's the 6 gigabyte card. And then it has a 120mm Arctic liquid cooler on it. So I'll probably test a little bit of both today. So right now I'm setting up this jankified icebox, and that's going to be used on the GTX Titan. And the stream is being handled by a separate build that I have. So. But right now, yeah, we're testing out. It's all in the same system. So the HD 630 is the iGPU that's on that 7700K, and then the Titan is, you know, it's here. It's you know, there it is. It's kind of there. Yeah, not as many people use those. However, when you go on 3D Mark, what is crazy to me is because, you know, as I'm trying to like get scores on 3D Mark, dude, the amount of like scores where people were using 4 of these things is freaking insane, dude. It's crazy. So, you know, even Kingpin, you know, Vince used to be head of the Kingpin stuff, and a lot of the stuff that got the dark designation over at EVGA. He was like using 4 GTX Titans. Just out of this world. So we, unfortunately, Humble Jones, we only got the one here. But I love it. This is probably one of the cards that gives me the most nostalgia. Because I was so pumped to try to get this card back in the day. All right, let me see. So now so our first test, you know what? I think we'll go ahead and we'll try to do push-pull on our first test here. Just gotta line it up here with okay, let's put the extra screw off to the side there. I can't see, I need my nerd light. Try to line up. Where is my... I hope I lined it up. Maybe I got it. Maybe I didn't. Let me see. Yes, we got it. Oh yeah, fam, we got it. Oh baby, are you kidding me? That is a thing of beauty, boys. All right, so the outside one, I don't need it. I actually do want this inside fan here to be more flush. I'm gonna try, and hopefully the moisture doesn't kill this Noctua fan. That's definitely a possibility. So let's make sure this thing is tight against the radiator here. All right, dude, guys, this is what we're working with right here. Icebox is done. 140 fans. Can you four GPUs for real, right? I have, okay. I mean, without risers, I even have this I gotta show this off since we're talking about, you know, where can you put 4 GPUs. So this one, I would have to use risers to get more than 3, I believe. No, I could get 4 right here. So I have, I think this is the first X-Power model board that MSI ever did. This is the Z87 X-Power, and it has a 4770K on this. And this was the board I used with this Titan when it first, and I was making some good scores on it, but again, it was only one Titan. So you can see, got a lot of slots there. So you can put 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 Titans. Yeah. Yo! Thanks for that follow. Let's see who did that. Valian. Either Valian or Valian. Thanks so much for the follow. Appreciate you. Those motors are pretty resistant to moisture. It was running underwater. Yeah, that's what I hear. Some of these fans, they're pretty good, especially Noctuas. All right. So there's the front. I'm gonna try to reach the old camera. This is the back. Right here. There's what you see on the big cam. So this is the setup, and then when we look inside, there's not a lot of space, but we're gonna try to use it as efficiently as possible. There's the radiator on that side. Here's the 2 140s on this side. We're gonna try, man. We are gonna try. Sleepy Mushroom, what is up? Thanks for coming by today. Appreciate you. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty good. All right. I think that's pretty much the best we can do so far. Now we got to check how many of these Molex adapters are we going to need, because we got 2 fans here and we got 2 fans there. So I got this going over there. That'll be for those 2 140s. And then I'm not going to boot up with everything connected right away, because I want to make sure we actually boot up, if that makes sense. got our pump needs to plug into one of these as well. Have the pump plug into one by itself. Did I get those pins touching? Because if we don't, that's not gonna work. Seems an interesting build. Is it one of those Core Ultra CPUs? I hear those are the most powerful iGPU. Hey, maybe they are. I don't know. This is actually a 7700K, so it's old. So I was the first thing I did with this build on the start of this multi-part series was I ran 3D Mark benchmarks on the HD 630 iGPU, and not a lot of people are doing it apparently, but I have the highest score for an HD 630 on Still Nomad Lite. It runs like dog crap, so that's why nobody's doing it. But and the more people that try it, yeah, my record is gonna go away real quick. So these will reach. Okay, that's good. That is good. So these can reach. Perfect. Okay, so I'll have to cut that so we can get that to plug in. Okay, what else we got here? This is that fan. So of course that one would go there. Okay, where's my other thing here? Those are 3. This is 1, 2. So this one would go here. Okay. Sorry, as I think out loud. There's gonna be a ton of friggin' fans running on the PSU. I wonder how much extra stress we're putting on it. I mean, fans generally don't add much, but they do add up. That's the thing. Like in general, they don't add a lot, but they do add up. Where the hell? Who's calling me? Oh, excuse me one moment. Keep it closed? Yeah, good looking out. Will do. All right, sorry guys, just a little bit of a phone call. But yeah, good to hear, Sleepy Mushroom. You're doing good. So yeah, we're gonna fill this with ice. So I'll be stepping away a moment because I gotta grab some ice, and then I'll be right back. Alright. So sorry guys. That was a couple phone calls in a row. Dude. So we got the ice and now we're going to start it up just to see if fans turn. Okay. All fans are spinning. Dude, there's a lot of fucking air. Dude. This is a lot of fucking fans spinning. What the hell? Oh my goodness. Oh my damn. What in the world? Okay. I got the ice stuff here. But let's make sure we get into the OS first because fortunately. Okay. Let's see here. Alright, where the hell did my screen go here? Keyboard, mouse. Did I turn my... Oh, my monitor went to sleep, that's why. There we go. Took it a minute. So we do have liftoff when it comes to everything kind of working. Oh, I keep hitting the fans. Dude, this is friggin' insane right now. Let me see. Okay. Okay, now my cell phone is really slow here. Sorry for the delay. There we go. Let's throw that out there. Many phone calls. Okay. Throw that out there. And let me make sure I let Twitch and all the other ones hopefully know. There we go. So my bad, guys. We're gonna start moving again here, but you know how it is. Sometimes the phone gets to overheating, and it's always when you want to do something that you get all of the supposedly important calls. Dude, it is already feeling cold as fuck. Let's see if we can get precision to tell us any temperatures, but first we'll go ahead and quit this stuff that we don't need. Let's exit that. Get rid of that. I don't need NVIDIA settings, I don't think. There. So we're starting out at 25 degrees. 24. Well, and I, you know, of course that's probably just the core. That doesn't account for potentially whatever the I don't know, memory temps and all that stuff that may or may not be good or bad. Who the heck knows? Alright. So what we got right now is 172 on memory, 126 on the GPU. Voltage. I never really know what's a good number to put on this. So I'm just doing 9. I don't know. That's probably, that might be fucking way too much or way too little. But let's just go ahead and do a 3D Mark run as it is, you know. And then let me try to get this camera something going here. I'm trying to figure out where to put everything. We can put probably this here, maybe? And then this, maybe, if we put it on the box, we can kind of, oh gosh, I really feel like this is gonna fall. What the fuck? Okay. Okay, so we dump the ice in it. Well, it's not ice, it's gonna be oh. Actually no, let me do that run. So this is the non-Icepack run first. And let's do Time Spy Extreme is the one we're chasing. And we had crashes last night. We did have some crashes as we got to this upper threshold of whatever this GPU's overclock can handle for itself. So far no crashes, but there's been a couple of like kind of slices of the image that could be disaster coming soon. So no crashes. No crashes with the box cooler. Box, no ice packs yet. Hey buddy, what's going on? You want to see the project? Huh? Yeah, I had to lift up the radiator, so. Yeah, so you see I got two 140 fans on the front. Flows through here. Then you got the radiator here. We got an excellent score, so we're still scoring that 1768, 1769 score that we scored before. So let's go ahead and look at that. And then we'll see if okay. Dude, again, my apologies, guys. I know some of you were there waiting, but I just got some important phone calls, and that slowed me down at least 15 to 20 minutes. And on the internet, that's a lifetime, technically. So, my bad, everybody. But let's go ahead and see what these results, like, what does this add up to? So we can kind of see, you know, like where are we landing before I add ice packs. So this is Time Spy Extreme. Where the hell is it? There it is. And we're using a Titan, the original, the one and only. Okay. Alright, so remember, when you go to these lists, a lot of times you're going to be hitting against multi-GPU scores. So what you got to do is you gotta isolate for those that are only single GPU scores, right? And that makes it a little easier to see where you land. So right now, we had a little bit of a better score yesterday with a 1769. And today we just matched one of our other scores where we had a 1768 yesterday as well. That's basically right. Is that what we got? Yep, 1768. It's fine. So we first got that score on the 22nd, so I guess it's just holding that place. That's fine. That's fine. So the goal is to see if we can push the overclocks a little more. It's already potentially running cool enough. Like, it's not a problem technically. Like, you can see, like, we're already cool enough as far as like we're running 39 degrees, right? Average. We only peak to like 40s. The only reason we're trying this ice thing is to see if it will help us, like, maybe get just 1% more on the overclock, just to help. I want to get to an 1800 score. That's my goal. If I can get to 1800 here, that'd be awesome. Buddy, what are you doing? Hold on a moment. Hold on. Let's do one more test. See where we land with Firestrike Ultra as well. So we'll go ahead and grab that one. And then, unfortunately, some of the like GPU isolation tests don't run on the Titan. So won't really be able to mess with Steel Nomad that much. I mean, it does. It will run. It will complete. But you can tell it's just really, really bad. It's worse than my cooler build here. If you can believe that. So we actually managed to get into this one. We might crash though. There's a couple of hitches already. And this is not even the harder part of the test. The next part is generally the harder part, but we're already hitting hitches. That might be the end. Yep. We were not able to get through that. I'm not sure why it says cancel by user. That one was clearly, you know, something borked up there. I don't think anything's on my keyboard pressing any keys. So I don't want to chase that one too much though, because I want to risk changing anything that's kind of working with Time Spy. And then if I start tweaking for Firestrike, then maybe it starts not running on Time Spy, so then you end up in these, you know, it's kind of a loop of like screwing yourself over. Yeah, so something that Firestrike doesn't like the clock settings I have here. Let's see, what else can we try? See if we could, I don't know if we're warming it up or not. What? This is supposed to be for integrated graphics, but whatever, we can run it. We ran it yesterday, why not? Let's just see what the temps will be. Dude, it is like already ice cold. That's disconcerting. So it looks like we have tweaked our settings exclusively for Time Spy. So let's go back and let's see if Time Spy Extreme will complete. Okay. I'm gonna get the ice packs. Alright, so like I said, it looks like we are tweaked exclusively for Time Spy. I've got a lot of ice packs, baby teething iced, frozen, fake ice cubes, whatever those are called. So we can stuff this box. And again, this is just for the fun of it. This could all definitely end up being a fail. And then I even have one of these cryo kind of ice pack things for injuries, or supposedly helps with weight loss or something. I don't friggin' know what it is. But that's going to go in there as part of a tunnel. And we can show all that off as soon as this test run is done. And then let me go and move my capture around. Put it up here maybe? Kinda. It's pretty weird what we're doing. Will this go over here maybe? No, that doesn't help at all. I need it to go up higher, maybe. Like if I put it, this is dangerous. The whole thing could fall. If camera like just stops displaying, it's because it fell to its death. Okay, now this out of the way. There we go. Alright, we get another result. Can we get back to the 1769? Yes! We're back. We're back to the 1769 score. Okay, that's probably good enough. Let me see. To beat. Snap a picture of that too. Here we go. And results times by extreme and Titan. So another thing to keep in mind if you ever want to play around with this kind of stuff, obviously the better your silicon lottery luck is, the less this will apply to you. But in general, if you really want to start like going crazy on scores, you want to pick a test, you know. So what I would do is I would personally, as I would go through all tests, or go through, you know, a collection of tests that you like and you want to like have good scores in, and then find the one that you happen to be scoring the best in, and then start tweaking your overclocks, your memory clocks, whatever, for that specific test. Like don't, again, we have to isolate for one GPU. So they are still in 9th. We haven't been able to get into even the 1800s, and the next score is 1808. That might be difficult to get to. But what if it's only the Titans that are combined with the 7700K? You know, let's use our little bit of a cheese. And you can see there's only a couple of us trying that out. So that's a cheesy way to like see your score climb even higher on the charts. So, you know, do with it what you will. Okay, so now let's go ahead and open up Precision again. And looks like our CPU could use some ice cooling potentially. So we'll see. We'll see. Right now, I want to know, can we ice this damn thing enough that it would help us have better scores? Let me see. Turn this way. You can see I'm lowering in one of these cryo ice belts or whatever the frig this thing is, and I want to put it around the cooler itself. Oh my god. Oh god, that's funny. Oh, that's so funny, guys. What in the world are we doing here? I don't know. Let me see. Let's put some of these. See if we can. Oh, don't put it on your fan. All right. Next, go ahead and put this one here on the sides here, just temporarily. Trying to Get as much of this air to flow over ice as possible. I even thought about putting these like on something, but you know, I don't want any dripping on the motherboard. That would absolutely be bad, which I'm sure you all already know that. Oh, this shit is cold, man. It's freezing me. Okay. There we go. So all we were able to get so far is down to 17 degrees. Okay, but first I want to see, does that help us like boost a little bit more? Like, can we take this up to 135, right? It would crash last night at 135, so let's just see. And oh, and we'll go ahead and it doesn't want to let me. Go. Apply, save. Save. Okay, so we're at 135, 172. Shut that down. Anything else running? Windows Defender, of course. Go. Hi, buddy. You want to say hi? Come on, say hi.
Hi.
Hi, everybody. Huh? Here. Look over there. Say hi.
Hi.
Hi. Hi, like this. Hi.
Hi.
Ready, set, go. Alright, let's see what happens. Oh no, we still crashed with that overclock. Man, we just may not have a good overclocker. So let's find out if that's what it was. We will go right back. What is this telling me? Yes, that's fine. We will go right back to the 126 that we had. Oops. Okay. Bring this down to 126. Apply, save. Put that one on 9. Just make sure everything's exactly the same. That way you can see if it runs now, then we know that's what it was, right? Still going. It's a little shaky, but it's still going. Bless you. There's a lot of like back pressure on this top fan. I can feel, let me see. See the top one, okay. Bottom one feels, yeah, the bottom one's got a little bit more of a pull. So I might have cut this hole better for this fan right here than I did for the top one. I don't know if it matters, whatever. Wow, we're already losing the cold. Now, as soon as this finishes, I'll try to open up Precision, see what happens. Because I also am interested to see if 3D Mark's reading of the temperatures is the same as what Precision is seeing. And then probably open up hardware info as well Though all those potentially could, I don't know if, how much. It probably won't matter, but it might lower my score a little bit. 10 points or something, who knows. No, it feels still pretty damn cold. You know what, maybe I can turn the memory clock back to default. Then maybe it would let me get my GPU clock going. I think I already tried that, so I'm not sure. Not sure it will make a difference. No, we dropped back to a 68. What the heck? Okay. Oh shit, I gotta hurry up and open this up. Yes. And then let's get hardware info going as well. Where did I put hardware info? Right there. Boom. Wait, is this an old one? Yeah, that one's old. Never mind. Hold on. Hardware info. This one's a little bit newer. Okay, but let's see. Do I have one on the C drive? I do. I absolutely do. So let's go ahead and try to open that maybe. 20 degrees, huh? Interesting. How power as far as it'll go on this. I don't want those synced. Just give it, do it whatever. So we made it to 172 on the memory side, right? What if we put that at 0? Can't find. Come on. Come on, man. What the frig? Okay, we gotta do it by hand. That's too wonky. Let's put that one at default again, right? Does that let us go up to the 135 now? Does it? Maybe. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Alright, go. Before we run out of ice. I also have a liquid cooler on my Titan X, and it's in a little bit better shape than this Titan is. And I put the liquid cooler on that one as well. So maybe that one will do better. Putting it on the old icebox here, which I'll probably end up keeping this. So by putting the memory down, maybe we can do the core a little bit higher. Maybe it's slicing. It's slicing all over the place though. It may not complete. This one's even harder, this hallway one. Well, this may not make it either. In fact, there's plenty of times where I've crashed. I've made it through that first test, but then this is the one that kills it. Kills the run. Kills the run. No! Don't kill the run, man. Yeah. It's dead, Jim. It's dead. Okay, so it is not stable, hardly at all, with pushing the core. Where'd it go? There it is. Alright, let's try, and now we're getting back to the 20s. Do I need this? Why is that open? Okay. Can we... What if we put this at 0? I feel like you need the core the most, right? That's the one that you probably need the most. But let's just see what happens if we take this to, where do we have it? 172, right? Can we go to 192? Well, actually, no, wait, let me see. We were at 170 something. So maybe let's just go 180. I don't want to go crazy. Let's go 180 like that. Because I think we had like 171 or 72. Let's try it now. Let's see what stock clocks with memory overclock score is. Otherwise, I don't know. Maybe we could just like lower the memory clocks. I've seen some weird shit on that leaderboard. Like I saw some like really low memory clocks. And maybe that's what they were sacrificing to get more of a core overclock and still be stable. I don't know, man. Alright, so hopefully this makes it. Let's see. Alright, so quite a bit down when you do that, when you just do memory. Which obviously if you're experienced with this, I'm not super experienced with this, so you guys probably understand that quite well. But as I go through this, thinking out loud and trying things, yeah, it definitely looks like, let's go back to, I want to see again what 0, if we can get through a test. Let's 0 out this, right? And let's put this back at that one that supposedly was stable. What was it, 126 or something like that? Yeah, that's what it was. 126 was stable. 9. Alright, so, and we'll see what kind of score we get, only considering the GPU's core clock. And it's definitely, it should be better as long as we're able to get through the test, obviously. But it, you know, it's a nice little experiment to see where should you put most of your resources. Like when you're overclocking cards, there's a couple things to keep in mind. Obviously there's like the pros and the people who are very experienced. They've got all kinds of other things that they know, little techniques, little tricks, whatever, right? But like for an amateur like me, you got to find out where you're going to put them resources at, right? What's going to give you the most bang for the buck? And it may end up being that the core clock is the more bang for the buck, which might be common sense for most people that deal with this thing. Why did we have a glitch here? Oh no, did we drop frames? We did. Oh guys, my apologies. What the hell? Is it trying to, it's trying to connect to Twitter twice? Okay, yeah, that usually will cause a problem, I think. But isn't she a beauty? Like, come on. Look at this thing. Look at this beauty here. Those fans spinning, and then air travels through this all the way to the back here. You can see how much watts we're pulling from the wall on this kilowatt here. All right, let's hold on to your butts and see if we make it through this. Alright, so definitely a bigger punch on the clock side. But the problem is I don't think I'm gaining too much leeway with the memory down low. I don't think it helps me with the resources at all. So let's go ahead and try. Actually, never mind. Close that, restart it. Here we go. So let's leave it at 0, and then this, let's try that 135 again. Right? But see if we can throw some more of this at it. 135. And not mess with the memory yet. Let's just see. It might instant crash. I don't know. Let's see. See what happens. Let's see if it loads or does it instant crash. Okay, we got in there. Oh, nope, no, it's doing that thing. It's freaking out. It's freaking out like big time, dude. Even if we make it through this one, I don't think we could survive the second test. Oh, I'm so pessimistic. I started out so optimistic. There we go. That's a hard crash right there. That is a hard crash. It does not like that. Fascinating. Let's let that result load. Let's pull out the big guns. Let's let's go ahead and pull up. No, not that. There we go. Let's go ahead and pull out the big guns when it comes to the voltage. Let's go up to 45, maybe. Save. There we go. We're just not having any stability here. Again, big apologies earlier. We had like a big gap, if anyone's still lurking from earlier. We had like a, what was it, like a 20+ minute gap when I went to get some ice, and then I just had back-to-back calls, from the same person. So I knew it was important and I had to answer, and then it ended up being kind of important, but you know, hindsight is always better than foresight. It wasn't like that moment important. It could have waited. Okay, so we crashed sooner. I don't care, man. Let's just throw everything at it. I'm at that point now where I'm too far in. Okay, We're in too deep. Okay. What does Uber say? Balls deep. Balls deep. We're going in to 54. This is probably having zero effect. And maybe it's good that it's having zero effect. Alright, run again. Do it again. Do it again. We've got to take advantage of these ice packs. Okay. No leaking. Just want everybody to know we don't have any leaking. Ow! Don't have any leaking. So we just gotta, you know, go until, because whenever that happens, whenever there's leakage, then we're going to be, you know, that's it. We'll have to let everything dry up, and that might take, who knows, a day or something. And if that happens, I will definitely probably move on to the next GPU in the stack of my GPU history. Oh, we crashed. It's possible that that's the end of what this one is capable of. Oh, I can see in there. That's interesting. Little hole there that's letting light in. We can see how bad is the... Probably not going to pick it up on camera, but let's try. See, you can kind of see through. What a jank fest this is. Guys. Alright. So, yeah, this does not stay. So let's try let's go 63. Yeah, it's still slicing. Okay, so test one. Now here comes the one that really puts the strain on this poor thing. Test 2 is a doozy. Kind of getting through, as my son is very upset about something over there. Damn. So close. Now we made it further, so perhaps some of these millivolts are having a positive effect. Perhaps. Maybe. So let's go ahead and pop back into precision. And let's push those up another gradient. So what was it? Was it 63 last time or 72 last time? Not sure. We might be retesting the same one, but let's see. Let's see what happens. No, buddy. Remember what happened? You hurt your finger last time, okay? Take this to mommy right now. Hurry up. Take it to mommy. Good job. Nope, there we go. So we got crushed sooner this time. It just could be instability, which just it means it's all over the place. But I will press on. That's fine. By all means. Keep being unstable as I push more at you. Irregardless. So 72. So let's go 81. Like that. I don't know. Kind of want to see the temperatures live if I could get this to float over top, but I don't know. I'm already having enough problems with the scores, and everybody says that you shouldn't leave precision running when you benchmark. So. That's a crash. I feel like it liked 63. That's where it went the furthest so far. So I'll probably end up going back down to that. if throwing more at it does nothing. Ah, go away. Double clicking all over the place. It may be like not having an effect anyway. Yeah, it's still very slicey and dicey. Hold on, come here for a second. Alright, so my headset was dying, but again, another failed. Let me try. So this is all out. This is as far as the slider will go. And like I said, this is probably not doing anything. So save, apply. Just give it everything. Give me everything it can handle, Scotty. Okay? I want warp 9.9 right now. Let's go. So, thanks everybody for hanging out and chilling. But unfortunately, we are dealing with maybe just one of those things where your card can only go so far. So, but I'll try a couple other things if this doesn't work. Yo, Advanced Shadow, what is up? Sorry for the delay. I had a couple things I had to look into real quick, and my headset's battery is kind of dying, so I was charging it up. Let's see here. Intel Core i9 14901KE for $300. If that's one of those like off ones, I'm not familiar with that. I know they have some off versions of the 14900K, but I don't know enough about those to make a recommendation. I do know about the 14900K straight up, and you know, because that one a lot of people know about actually. It's a beast of a card. I will say be careful. There is a lot of scams going around with the 14900s. You know, both the K and the KS, and maybe even some of these weird ones that I've never even heard of personally. Be careful, because there are scams out there where they're like marking them $100, $200, maybe even $300 cheaper than anyone else. But then they don't even send you anything. They just kind of like take your money hostage and run away with it forever. So I would just say be careful. Do some Googling. See if any YouTube channels have tested it before, and maybe if you have access to it, use a credit card so you can do like a you know, like a return payment, or you can call your credit card company to dispute the charge if they don't send it to you. Just try to play it as safe as you can. And then if it's in person, you know, just, you know, see if they can like show it running to you, you know what I mean? Alright, so we maxed out that slider, and we were still unable to stay stable in the 135 range on the core. So the furthest we got on this was either full or 63. Those were our two best spots. I don't know why. So I'm just gonna try 63. And then this, I'm just gonna go down. We're gonna go down 1 point at a time. So there's 134. And we're gonna see what is the max we could do. Probably it's gonna go right back where we had it at 120, at 126. That was the highest we got on the clock boost here. And it just may be the limit for this card, unfortunately. It has 8 performance cores and 0. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I briefly heard a little bit about that. Okay, yeah. That is an interesting find. 300, same performance as a 7700X. Okay, yeah. For gaming, it probably falls around that for gaming performance. And then you probably, like, in certain productivity things, you might actually gain some performance with that versus the 7700. That's interesting, dude. I mean, personally, I like unique things, so I would probably pick it up personally. So I think it would come down to is if it's going to be for your main build, is it going to fall into the performance of what you're looking for? And then, you know, of course, what motherboard and all that you're going to pair with it. Do you already have a motherboard that it could work on? You know, things like that. Oh, we did not make it. We did not make it. Again, thanks very much for coming out, dude. And don't mind the spam. That's just my timers and bots. I can never get those set right, and then sometimes they like bounce off of each other, and it's like, it's so annoying. It's like I set something one way and then it works fine, but then if I have another bot that chats, then it activates the other bot. So, but that's okay. I like it. I like it kind of. I like the boomerism. I like working with my boomerism. Makes me happy. Dude, we are still chilling on this thing, dude. What the heck? I mean, it's not as cold as it was at the beginning. At the beginning, we got down to like 16, 17 degrees centigrade on the core. Now, you know, we're in the low 20s, which is still better than what we were, obviously, at like ambient air with nothing else. But I'd say I'm getting my money's worth out of all these ice packs today. They've been in the freezer for years anyway, so I finally put them to good use. Come on, 134, you can do it. Hold strong. 134, let's go. Hold out, baby. So test 1, at least we completed it. Test 2 is a doozy, though. It has been hammering my Titan today, for real. Oh my god, it's so choppy. Yeah, I don't know. We're not going to make it out of this one. Like, some of the frames are like stretching out of sync with each other. It's so crazy. There we go. Died. Okay, so let's go to 133. want to allow, dude. And then that takes a sweet minute to open. All right. So that helps us out, actually. It does. But we're gonna go down to 133. Just want to see the absolute max core clock I can get, and then I don't know, I guess then we'll bring up some of the memory again. The highest I was able to finish a run and I got a score of 1769 was at 126 on the GPU clock here. So yeah, that's gonna be tough, man. I don't know. I don't freaking know. Okay, we might just squeak out of here by the skin of our teeth. Test 1, but there is slicing. Oh boy. How anxiety driving this is. So 133 got us through test 1, but so did 134. Now, will the difference be that 33 gets us through test 2 or not? I have no freaking clue yet. It's not looking good, man, because it is really like out of sync or something. Yeah, we're dying immediately. Look at that. Dude, let's just open this immediately. Don't even wait for the bullshit 0 result. I almost feel like leaving this open, even if it hurts the score, just so we can keep like using it quicker. Supply, save. Let's go down to 32. Darn it. 32. Apply, save. Apply, save. You know what? Let's leave it open this time. Once we find something, then we'll close it. That's probably what people do anyway. As I learn as I go. Run again. And then maybe it depends on your system overall, whether or not Precision X gets in the way of the test. Maybe? I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. crash. So it crashed sooner with Precision X open. What the fuck? There's no easy way to do this. I'm trying to find shortcuts. But okay, so let's try 132 again. Alright, let's try it again. Let's close it. Now let's open it up. And let's see if it makes it through test 1. Another crash. Interesting. Interesting. Now, unfortunately, after all this work, we may even lose our 127. But I do want to try a different thing here for 132. Run. What is with all the jags? Got jagged edge after jagged edge. Random polygons just like smearing and stretching and slicing through. Test 2, this one's a doozy. Okay. 131. Working our way back down to 126. Which is probably where we're going to be stuck at. I don't know how I got to it. I got to it just by happenstance. Pretty quickly when I first was trying out the overclocks. Relatively quickly we were right away into between like the 100 mark and the 120s, and then we landed on 126 like probably within like 4 or 5 runs, but I couldn't get it to go further than that, and I still can't get it to go further than that. Felt like we almost had something at 135 a few times, but not to be. Whoa, what the heck was that? Oh, thanks Swiss for coming by with some bits to wake me up. Appreciate it. We might have a run right here. We might. It is still like offset, kind of weird. Pans and fans. Yeah, this is the pans and fans cooler. Gotham Steel edition. Now, if the CPU can just do its job, please. Please, CPU. Yeah, Batman style. So, if Batman used, I don't know, cutlery and culinary items as his tool belt technology weapons, then yeah, this would be his. Alright, so now we can see our score finally with a little bit higher of a core clock. Then we have to go through the hope that the same memory overclock that we were able to do with our GPU at 126, can we go back to 172 on the memory? Because we also found out that the memory didn't like 180, right? And if we can get it to run with this clock on the core and 172, theoretically we should have a little bit better score. And maybe even, could we hit an 1800 today, finally? But what if the memory likes 179? Loading result. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Good score. Good score. Come on. Don't scam me, 3D Mark. Let's go. A 1760. That is not bad. With no memory overclock. Interesting. Okay, so our best was a 1769 so far. Yo, May, you saw that? Okay, so now let's just go straight back to the memory overclock we had working with 126. And let's see, let's combine it. Here we go. Okay, so 131 for GPU, right? And then over here, we're gonna bring it up to 172. Or no, was it? Wait, what? Let's take it a little bit easy. So we'll do 171. It might have been 172, but let's do 171 with 131. Yeah. And then what have we been trying to do? Have we been doing that? Or have we been going at 9? Let me go back in time and see what I did. Gotta check the VOD here. See what I had on it. Dude, I can't. We did 100. Okay, okay. So we did do 100. We did 131 and we did 100 on that. Okay, okay. All right, well, figures. Go back in. Let's just do what we did. Oh, I hate this. It's like the little hitbox for that is so garbage. Alright, so 171, 131. Run again. So at 171 or 172 on the memory and 126 on the core, we were okay. We would get consistent runs to finish, but we couldn't break past 1769. So the only part we could go a little further on is the core. Right now we have got it up to 131, which is not much. But in combination with that memory overclock, is it now going to crash? It's driving me crazy. It's driving me a little crazy. Slicing and dicing again. Alright, so we did get through test 1. That's good. No. No. Oh, we've lost the ability to run the memory that high. Oh. This sucks. Okay. Maybe it was just a little wiggle in the electricity in the power grid. Just a, you know, tiny little wiggle. That's all it was. It was just a wiggle, guys. No big deal. No problem. We'll try it again. Okay. Leave everything exactly the same. Well, not quite exactly the same, but whatever. And let's go again. Dang. What the heck, dude? Nope. Sooner. I guess I did try. The thing that I changed is I did try to do a lower millivolt boost. Okay, no problem. That's not a problem, man. So what that means is we definitely need to keep that one slider all the way to the right. And oh, of course, yes, please. And then this will definitely. Oh, I don't need you right now, Nvidia. Please, I'll get to that later. All right, so with this GPU clock, we do have to turn this down. So how about instead of 171, let's try beep bop beep bop boop boop beep beep boop boop bop bop beep beep 162. Let's try that. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Actually, you know what? What if that was the memory max that we were able to get? It might be, actually. Maybe it was 161. And then 170, or not 161, whatever the hell we just picked. 162. And 171 was what we were trying to get to, but it wouldn't go. Alright, let's see. Okay, so we have another crash, and this is at 161. Yeah, by pushing the core higher, I guess I may be giving the card a little bit more trouble to play around with the memory. Bummer. Try it. Let's try a different millivolt. Let's go back to what we were doing when we had 126 and 161 or 162. Nope. Okay, we'll try 153. 153. Working our way down. Let's find the highest memory clock we can get for whatever it is we're doing. 153. 153. It's like I said yesterday, you can really jam out when you have crashes. Oh, what the heck? That one is like really crazy. Alright, so 153 on the memory, 131 on the core, Trying for every percent we can get. Let's go. Run again. Are you going up, buddy? Bye. Bye. Well, he goes upstairs. Bye-bye. Ah, darn it. Gotta keep rolling back. Keep on rolling back. This is like worse than Voices of the Void right here. What we're going through. We're listening for the voices of the GPU right now. Okay, so then we come over here and we go down to 1 per. Let's try 144. Cool. Run it. Whoa, that was a big slice of pizza on the top there. I don't know if you could see some of those because of my layout or the way I have everything set. Yeah. It is what it is, I guess. Okay, here's the harder test. Oh. Oh, chill, camera. Chill. Slow down, camera. Let my GPU catch up. It's okay. Come on. Come on. We can get through this. Please. Can I get a 1770? Let's score. No, we crashed. What the heck? Oh man, when the camera like started to fly away, that's where it was like, oh, I can't do it. I can't do it. It's like me trying to bench press sometimes. It's like, no, that's too much. I gotta go back. Take those dimes off. Let me start again. Alright, let's see. So let's do that. Let's go down to 135. Let's see what that can give us, if anything. You see, we're almost back to like another like 5 degrees, because we were running between 27 and 29 degrees on this. You know, with the AC jamming in the house, we were going to like 27, 29 our idle temps on this GPU's core. So now, yeah, the effect of the Icepacks is like pretty much almost gone. So that's why we tried the big overclocks first. See if we could get those. We could not. So now we're just trying to salvage maybe a run with this modest up to 131. Whoa, what is that? Yo, gamer! Crow Cop, what is going on? What'd you tell me to do? Hydrate, let's go. Hydrate time. Yo, bro, what's going on? Want some music? Well, feel free to share it. I can't play it on stream. But yeah, feel free to share it. Maybe it'll go into my playlist for personal time. Alright, so we had another fail at, what is this? Oh, dude, I keep double clicking on the next thing over. Alright, so gotta go all the way there. We gotta turn it down again, man. Gotta turn it down again. Now we're down to 126. Interesting. 126 here. Let's go. Let's try. So 126 memory, 131 clock. Let's find out what that does for us, if anything. Oh man, I'm sorry, dude. Yeah, it's just because all these stupid copyright things. You know how it is. Dusk HD. Yeah. RIP PC. Yeah, we trying. This is my custom icebox cooler. So this is a cardboard box, gamer, that earlier I built and did all the cutouts for the fan. I did that earlier in the stream, and it's kind of silly, and I put a bunch of like ice packs in it, you know. It's not copyright. Yeah, I understand, but what happens, gamer, is if I experiment with other music, there are assholes in the world who pretend that that music is theirs, and they will copyright claim my videos on whether it be YouTube or Twitch or whatever, right? So assholes out there, if you use like obscure or non-copyright music, and you play like a whole mix of different ones, it's hard to keep up, right, with what's being claimed. And so these people claim other people's free copyright free music, and they take it out on streamers like me, And so what I like to do is I just pick one person. Like for example, I use my boy Carl Casey's music, Whitebot Audio. And by using only his songs, if anyone else claims it, I know it's bullshit. You know what I mean? And then I can go report that to Carl Casey, and I can say, yo, somebody's trying to claim your music. But if I mix and do like several different like musics from other people, that's how these assholes like scam me. That's how they trick the system, because then it's hard for me to figure out, well, maybe it is their song. I don't know, right? So that's what sucks. I miss the Wild West days. Like only like 5-ish, maybe 6 or 7 years ago, when I've been streaming for a long time. In the Wild West days, we could play whatever we wanted over on Twitch, and I miss those days. Because I used to do that a lot. Like people would come in and I would just, you know, just experience new songs, new music. People would introduce me to things, and it kind of sucks because even if the song was copyrighted, a lot of times it influenced somebody to actually want to buy the music because they heard it on my stream. So that didn't work either. So 126, not gonna fly. So now we gotta go down again. We're going down, we're going by 9s. Trying to, you know, just keep things organized here. So we were at 126, right? So let's try like 117. So I'm truly sorry about that, gamer. I would totally want to, but I've had, and even with royalty free and copyright free music, I've tried other songs and playlists, and I keep getting these weird claims. So for example, like there's some music from a person, he's British and he makes electronic music, and I tried to play some of his music one time, right, on stream, and someone literally from Thailand who has a YouTube video where they use that fucking song claimed it. They claimed my video because of that one song from that one guy who is British. That was only like a month ago, dude. It was only a month ago. So it's definitely not that person from Thailand. It's not their song. They didn't make the song. They just used it. And then they use the fact that they used the song to claim it on lots of people's videos, right? And it's not just that one. I've had like at least 5 different songs. So which one? I'll look it up. I'll tell you. Hold on. Let's try this. See how this goes. So while this is running, let me go. So, and I've put it in my and also I've even used like music that comes with, like for example, I have a membership with CapCut and with Canva, and I have a membership with Streamlabs Music. I have a membership with Pretzel Music. I have a membership with several different like music things, and I have used a music from CapCut that one of these people claimed it, and I put it, I usually mark it in my comments. So the last one it happened to, this was a CapCut situation. So I used free CapCut music that is royalty free and copyright free, right? And the songs were, well, you know, they're copyright free, so who knows what the fuck the name of it is. Like, do you guys know these names? So we got Upbeat Catchy Pop by Finite Music Forge. We got Beautiful Days by Lian Publishing, okay? And we got Real Estate 13729 by Neon Light. All of those got, 2 of those got claimed. It's hard to see, but I put those in my my video through CapCut, and it's supposed to be copyright free, right? So that's example 1, and I'll show you. So that's gaming rig part 15. Oh my gosh, copyright, right? Then we go down, we find this other ones. Same thing happened on another one when I used copyright free music from Movavi video editor, which I own, right? And this was Skywatcher macro form and Atmosphere Chill beat Mit Rich, but these other fucking places are like claiming them. But the worst offender ever of all time. Hold on. Let me find this joker. Go into my studio. Oh, maybe they removed it. Nope, here it is. Was on Kletka when I did this stream here, and I made a video out of it. Okay, they claimed the menu music of that game as if it was theirs. So, and it is it's literally music that is free to use for anybody, and that company also happened to use it in their game. So anyway, long story short, assholes run it for everybody. It's not just the corporations alone. They're bad enough when they, you know, make copyright stuff and blah blah blah, you know, a problem for streamers or something. That's not the only hiccup. The worst offenders are people that pretend it's their music when it's not even their music. They're just scammers, bro. Alright, so let's go down. Again, I can't believe it. We're still having to like scrub some off of this. So let's go to 108. And let's try this as well. And okay, let's try it now. At 108. Could this be the run that we finally get our GPU clock and our memory clock to cooperate? Or do we have to go back to, what was it, 171 and 126? So yeah, if any of you out there are streaming and this and that, most of you probably already understand, you know, it's safer to use royalty free or copyright safe, and most of you probably also, you know, you do your due diligence and you give credit the way, you know, like I try to give credit to Whitebad Audio for using this music. But sometimes it's still not enough, because there's just a ton of like bad actors out there, scammers, who will take someone's free royalty free music, right? And then they will remix it in their own song, right? Which is probably a shitty song, but it doesn't matter. And then they will post it on YouTube as their original music, and it's kind of remixed a little bit. So then the royalty free person doesn't really see it. And then they'll take their remixed version and they'll use that to copyright either claim, which is a softer, you know, thing to get. If you just get a claim, it's not as big a deal. Or some of them just outright try to strike you. And it's like, you legit know that you're, so that's why I recommend, and for myself personally, I try to just pick like one artist who has like a variety, and I'll try to just go to that artist's music over and over. That way, if anything funky happens, I can tell the artist, and if I want, I can fight YouTube, and I'd be like, yo, I'm getting it right here from this guy. And sometimes that helps you. Sometimes you're still screwed. Just like this overclock, where it's like no matter what we do, we're just getting boned over and over. Alright, so this is really unfortunate. I can't believe that if the clock is at 126, we can go so much higher on the memory. But when it's at 131, we can't even do 108. So let's drop it down to 99. 99. Are you out of your mind? Okay. Run it again. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, my son is having the epic meltdown right now. Oh man, and as the time passes by, we have not made any progress. I still have not been able to beat that 1769 score of mine. Oh man, it's so unfortunate. So unfortunate. But I did have fun making the icebox, that's for sure. And then, you know, maybe this will come in handy for the Titan X when it's its turn. In a couple GPUs from now, it will be the Titan X that's up on deck. All right, let's go all the way down to maybe 80. Like that. Bloop. You know how anything could technically go bad, right? I'm wondering if the temperature sensors on this GPU have gone bad. Like, it just feels very unreasonable to believe that this thing is, like, before I even put ice to it, it was still like, it would never go higher than like 50 or 60. But maybe that's, I just don't remember the temperatures these things ran at back in the day. Well, test one. Successful. No, I can't believe it. Like, I got my hope up. That's why it like caused me a reaction. It was like, boop, immediately. It's like, nope, F you, I'm out of here. I'm out, no thank you. Crazy. Absolute craziness, man. Dang. Let's just go all the way to like a 45. You know what I mean? Alright, let's go. Let's go. Oof, even worse. That is fucked. Oh man, I'm about to tap out. I'm so ready to tap out. Oh man. Let's go back to 0 on the memory. And let's just see, is it possible that we've just, you know, ran out of luck and now this card, because before we were able to do 131, we didn't do anything to the memory because I was trying to see how far can I push the core. Okay, let's see if our luck ran out or not. It's possible it did. Whoa. Those are some crazy jagged edges, man. I see them. Yep, no thank you. Not happening. Man, our luck has really probably run out. We're just probably done. We may have put this thing through too much, perhaps. That's crazy. I'm gonna go back one more time. See if it was just a blip. Yo, what's up, Donato? Thanks for coming by. They're talking about me. Well, you know what they say. There's no such thing as bad publicity, right? Dun, dun, dun. So we might finally get a run completed here on the Gotham Steel build here. Cooling effect is almost over. Now we can check temperatures finally. It's been a while since we've been able to actually look to see what temps are like on this damn thing. Like earlier when the ice packs were super cold and we, you know, did some modest overclocking. Dude, this thing was running in the 20s for the whole test. It's crazy. Oh man, it's taking a sweet time to give me this result. It must be a good one. It must be a good one. Why else would it take so long? Hey, that's not bad. I mean, it's not the best of the best, obviously. And it's not my best. It's only 2 points off though. So again, the best I've ever been able to get so far, like recently, is a 1767. What the frig, dude? I mean, a 1769 is the highest I've gotten. And now I can't even get that again. I mean, we stayed pretty fucking cold. We're cold enough. I don't really... Our average temperature was still 36. Get the hell out of here. What the frig? The highest we got on the first test was like 37. The highest on the second was like 40. I mean, the ice packs are still putting in work, man. What? You know what? Let's try. I wonder if, can you turn down, let's see if we can turn the hertz down a little bit on this bad boy. No you can't. Why not? It's like locked at 60. That's so weird. And what are all these? I don't think I've ever experimented with these things. All right, this is gonna make everything look weird. Forgive me, but why? What even is this? Yeah, that's fine. Keep it. Yes, whatever. Okay. Look at this shit. It's iSpot. Alright, let's see if we can squeak a couple points by making the desktop experience horrible. Run again. Regardless, it's going to render what 3D Mark wants it to render at. So but it is like tricking the capture card. That's for sure. Capture card has no idea what the hell's happening. Try to keep this leak from getting to the PC, you know? No, don't you crash? Oh, it crashed. What the heck? Was it because I pulled on this? You can't even touch this poor thing. Like if you mess with it, like it needs to be perfectly still. Oh, damn it. Let me try. Let me try again. Let's see. Control panel. Let's drop the hertz. Alright, this is going to be like screwed up the way it stretches on the screen. It's probably going to be unusable. Oh gosh. Yeah, what the frick. It's like cutting off the controls here. Well, I mean, at least you can see. So 162, 126. Enter. Now how do you apply it though, if you can't see the rest of it? You know? How do you apply this? No, we don't want that. Oh, how do you get down there? Might not be able to, I guess. Just close it. It's whatever, man. Run it again. Bum bum bum. Okay, test 1. We made it. Can we get a test 2? Can we get a test 2? Please. Maybe. Come on. Come on now. Test 2. You could do it. You could do it. And 340 watts from the wall, 345, 351, 356 watts from the wall. Okay. Okay, so we should be safe. We made it to the 2 GPU tests. So now CPU will do its thing, and oh my gosh, we should finally have another score. And maybe, since it didn't have to render desktop things at 1080 and all that, just maybe that helped our score a little. Can we get a 1770? What I really would want is an 1800, but dude, I'll take 1 point even right now at this point. All right, let me gotta plug in my headset here. It's fucking dying. Toshino, what's up? Thanks for coming by over on Kick. Yeah, I heard they got me all over Discord. Somebody else came by and told me. And I told them what I'm going to tell you. I guess sometimes they say, you know, even bad publicity is good publicity, right? So, I don't know. But anyway, thank you. So, all kidding aside, thanks for dropping by. Appreciate it. We got a score coming up. We gotta have a score. Finally. Finally, we're gonna have a score again. Can we beat 1769? Was our other score. That's our highest score so far for this Titan. They sure take their time when they give me my results, man. They certainly do. $1770, let's go. We went up by 1 point, people, by me turning down the resolution on the desktop. So the GPU had less things to do with Windows. So we beat our 1769 score. We made it to a 1770. It's not quite the 1800 I wanted. But that actually might not be achievable with the amount of age and the sheer workload I've put on this card over the years. You may not be able to hit that with this specific GPU. I don't know. I have faith. I think it's in there if I could just find the magic, you know, combination of things. Like a combo of the right tweaks, combo of the right cooling. Maybe it needs to be, you know, repasted. Put some new thermal paste on this bad boy. Maybe even some new thermal pads. Square up this this frame on the PCB, because, you know, it's almost a naked PCB the way that this liquid cooler worked back in the day that I got for it. And so it might need to be, you know, kind of like lined up better and put together with that back plate. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Let's see how we compare. Hold on a second. Let me keep this. This is going to stay charging, so hold on. Let me move over to something else. So I'm over here now. Hopefully this is not horrible quality on the mic, but let's go ahead and compare our result. Well, actually, let's look at our temperatures. What was our average? Was it this? Average temperature on this Titan was 36 degrees. You're kidding me. Wow. CPU, or no, the GPU 630, the integrated iGPU, average temp was 46 because it really wasn't doing anything. Processor average at 58. Do we have any spikes? We spiked at 37 on the GPU on test 1 and just under 40 on test 2. What the flip, dude? All right, so let's so there it is. Yada yada. Details. There you go. Results. Time spike stream. Titan. Search it. Oops. And then of course, remember you got to, you see there's a lot of ×4. I got 4 Titans. So you gotta go down to just 1. So here we are, only looking at 1. And let's look for this orange one. That's just showing like my best run out of everything. So this is a 5080 run. That's not relevant to this. So if we go down here, we find Jonesy Dude right there. What place are we still at 9th? Yeah, we're still in 9th. So the new score we have for 9th place is 1770. Before it was our 1779 score. Man, it is going to be tough for me to hit this right here. The only other thing I could make up some score with would maybe be CPU. I can't really see, like you can see like the person that beat us is using a 5900X, much better CPU. This one 13900KF, much better CPU. 8700K, a little bit better CPU. 13900K, much better CPU. 5950, much better. You know, the only one that's even remotely close to us is this, and the 8700K is still obviously a better. That's still a better CPU. Let's see what their clocks are. So the 8700K individual, their CPU is at 4.7. Their GPU is 1202 and 1753, right? So let's go down to Jonesy. So we only made it to 1189 on the GPU, and our CPU is only at 4.4. Well, we'll call it 4.5. That's almost 4.5. 4.5 right there. We're at 1584 on the memory. They're at 1753. Wow. And their score with that was an 1837. Good gravy. And then it's unbelievable, this guy here with a 1959. What the flippin' heck, man. 5950X. Alright. Let's go in, let's look at this guy at the top. Let's look at his test. If we can look around at this resolution. My god. What are they doing here? Where's their scores? How do you get their, okay, so you go details and you go to their detail scores. Here we go. So their physics score was, that's the CPU. What was that? 10,118? Ours was, how do you, where's the details? Where's the details? What the heck? Where is my details? I don't fucking understand. Alright, here. Whatever. So 1680 and 2553. So their CPU score was 10,118. Wait, what? Wait, how the fuck? Graphics score 1680. What the fuck? His was a 1715. 10,000. Because they used that 5950X, dude. Alright, minimize. Holy crap, dude. 1680. Dude, we might have a fucking winner on our hands. We actually might. When I put this into the motherboard, that I have a 5950X with it, this GPU might freaking, as the youth like to say, slap. This shit might slap, dog. Who's that? Kanem. Yo, over on Kick. Thanks for dropping by. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. Thanks for that follow, too. Oh, you threw a follow at me. Thank you. Appreciate it. Dude, I'm telling you what, man. We can get up in here. We can get all up in here. Okay. So let me get rid of that. I need to I don't know. I'm gonna take a picture of this. No, that's not gonna work. Let's do that. No? No. No. Gotta take a picture of this. Alright, so we took pictures of all that part of it. I don't know, I think I only have maybe one more run in me or two. So just want to say thanks everybody for coming out, in case I miss you on the way out. Thanks for all the follows, all the subs, the bits over on Twitch, and let's see, I don't know, I think I need to go back in here, see if we can change the, no, I don't want that one. Why did I pick that? Which one did I pick? I want control panel. But it has been a mad lad type of day. We can't go any lower on the refresh. So 640 by 480 is what we're running at. Maybe we can go right here and be at 60 hertz. So maybe this will be the happy medium between being able to see the shit on the screen, a lower hertz, lower resolution, so the GPU doesn't have to work as much. Okay, we'll close that. Let me snap a picture of that. See, that's a lot easier to see, I'm sure, for everybody. But you know what? Let's see if our HD 630 is still number one. Let's try. Let's go over to this one. So the HD 630 DX12 still Nomad Lite. Last we checked, we were the highest score. Let's see if that's true. 3 frames again. Oh man. How about it? We still running 3 frames? 3 FPS still? Okay, come on, can we get 405 today? That would be a nice, pleasant surprise. 402 is our highest. Well, besides the invalid 937 we got. Ah, there we go. We're maxing out at 402. Again, I can tweak some of these settings in the BIOS, but is that enough for us to stay on the top? Has anyone else entered into the competition? Dude. Thank you. Let us see. Yeah, we're still there. Told y'all. I told y'all. Fastest HD 630 in the world. Right here. I'm not even trying on this one. I could still try to overclock the CPU and or the GPU. I mean, what does it mean though? I mean, the fact that, so what, right? It's 3 FPS. Who cares? Look at that. That is ridiculous. I'm still amazed that I even end up trying. All right, let's see. So now we got it running again. And now can we get precision to show up on the screen here? Right? Where is it? Oh, here it is. Yay, we might be able to, yeah, we might be able to like click on it. Yeah, we might be able to sneak down there and click on apply and save and all that. Okay, so can we squeak out a little bit more? Let's go up 1 point on both. How about that? Go. 1771. What? Okay. We'll go up. I mean, if we have to, we'll do this one point at a time. Alright, so this one will go to 128. This one. Wait, no, that's. Dude. Wait, what? So we were at 126, 78. This one we started at 162, 34. Yeah, it went up a little. Yeah, you're right, May. Okay, let's see what is the absolute max we can get out of this thing. Yo, Fola Fairy. Okay, what's up? Thanks for dropping by. What they wrote about me? Hey, appreciate it. You're not the first. Many have been telling me that something is being said. And what exactly is that? What are they saying? Yes? Can you tell me? You don't want to tell me, man? That's cool, man. That's cool. That's cool. But it's all good. Appreciate you dropping by, my dude. Oh no, it kind of fell back a little. Even though we did successfully go up a little on the like 1 point. You know what? The only other way might be to like overclock the CPU. Try to pull up the physics score a little bit. We're still running damn cold, so let's see here. Bloop. Bloop. You know, if it could just crash again, that would tell me, okay, you hit the ceiling, back out, go back 1 point, and then we'll try to uptick on the CPU a little bit, see how that performs to close out the session. Yeah, we're getting some real good jagged edges now. Yeah, this is the one. Let's go. It's either going to be the one that we crash, or it's going to be the one that we finally hit 1780. It's not going to get us to 1800. It's not, but look at that. Smeared right on the screen. Oh, whatever. To clean that later, I guess. Maybe we can get 1772. Or what would be a nice score, you know, would be 1776. Oh man. Yeah, that would be cool. Oh, we went back. Now we're kind of rolling back a little bit here. So we're at 1769, which used to be our high score. But now it's 71 or whatever. All right, let's hold on. Let's see if, wait, where's that graphics thing? Let me check a few things here in the background. That doesn't do anything. I don't want any of that. Fuck it, we'll just go into the BIOS. Oh, we're in there. I can't see it on my main screen. Oh, of course not, because that's the wrong one. Go back. And then share. What we're doing. Oh, that is awful. For me, that looks awful. What the frig? Alright, whatever. Let's go quickly. So tool, let's go in here and let's do let's do 2. No, wait. Sorry. No. Change this to 2. No. I need to change the title. No! Damn it. It's 25. So this is a slight overclock with XMP and it just works. So we're gonna save that. Yes. So now we have this profile saved to that. And then now number 3 is gonna be when we change things. So will be like when we try to go higher. Yes. To that, and then we'll do let's see what do they have here. Tuner 1. Okay. See what it does. Okay, I don't know. Quit. Wait, what? What's going on? Oh. Well, I'm sorry guys. We may have to call it there. I had a lot of drop frames, so I think my ISP is mad at me for streaming so long today. We will try one more couple runs here and just see what can we get out of things. Let's see, what did we have it at? 130 or 120? What was it, 128? And then we had $164, right? Yeah, so I don't know if everybody made it back after that. That was pretty brutal. But in case you didn't hear me earlier, this will probably be it. Hopefully it actually makes it through the test. I didn't really do much of a, you know, an overclock, to be fair. For the CPU and stuff, so we may have pretty much the same scores. But I'll get Intel's tuner downloaded, see if it will. Last time I tried to use it, it wasn't cooperating with this motherboard and CPU, but I'll try that again so we don't have to restart for the CPU tweaking. My goodness, that's bright. Alright, so let's just straight away get into Time Spy, because that's the one that usually crashes the quickest if something's wrong. So this will tell us if we screwed up or not. In fact, it did an auto, it changed my XMP settings, so it kind of lowered the RAM clocks for the memory, for the DDR. So I don't know, it's kind of disappointing. I clicked one setting that I didn't mean to in the BIOS, so oop, nope, crash. Okay. let's take it over to let this load up, and let's take it over to our HD 630. See if we can get that 405. Let's see. Oh, you saw it, May? I didn't even know you were witnessing the internet problems. Man, if it could just hold itself above 3 FPS, man, we could be in business here. Oh, it just keeps dropping to 2.7 though. Damn. Oh, it'd be so good to get a 405 out of this though. Oh, and it hit 2.6. No. Oh, what the hell? It like spiked to 4.1. Oh my gosh. Come on, pull it together. Come on, little 630. Come on, give me 405. 405. Let's end on a good 408. Oh shit. Oh man, we overshot. All I wanted was a 405. What the heck? Yay! We did something good at the end. It wasn't the Titan necessarily. Though the Titan being in the 9th place is nothing to sneeze at, guys. You know? That's fine. It's okay. Holy shite. And I'm running it on the 7700K. Right? 9th place with a 7700K CPU when I'm going up against like 5950Xs and freaking 13900Ks. Yo! Hell yeah. Thanks, Swiss. Hell yeah. Appreciate it. Appreciate those bits. Three more than anticipated. That's right. All right. Took a picture of that. So I have so many things to enter in on the spreadsheet. I've just been so busy. I haven't been able to do it. That's why I haven't even pinned the spreadsheet into the chat in the last like probably week or so. I think I might have did it once. So anyway, so we'll take a peek at TimeSpy Extreme and then we'll look at what we just did. So for TimeSpy Extreme, we've been fighting with this Titan. And I gotta put everything to freeze again because we'll be back, man. We'll be back. So top dogs are using 4 of these. We're down here in reality where we only have 1 of these Titans. And so we were only able to get to 9th place for Titans on TimeSpy Extreme with a 1771 score. Now we can bring up that CPU score Definitely. And then for Still Nomad Light, dude, we just killed our old score. And we can bring that up more too. Which one did I pick? Where's the CPU? GPU. HD 630. Right there. Bloop. So we killed it. We went from 402 to 408. Like these are all the other scores. These are the top 100. So to get into the top 100, you gotta have a 342 or better. So we got 408. Good gravy, man. Good gravy. Dude, I wish I can, you know what, let me dial back this one more time. So if the CPU iGPU did that much better, it's possible we can get a good run on Time Spy Extreme. We'll just see if we can put it back to what was our actually stable running clocks, right? This is what actually was running for us, no problems, right? For the longest. So that's 162 and 126. Over here, Time Spy, and run. So let's see how that does as I start to clean up, because it is about that time, folks. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. You can do it. Come on, 1780. I really wanted an 1800, but 1780. Come on, 1780. Oh man, it's time to find out. What? 1765? No, damn it. That's okay though. That's okay. Yeah. That's totally cool. That's fine. All right, let's see. What can we learn from this run here? We were running average of 37 on the GPU. There's got to be something wrong with the temperature sensors. I really feel like there is. CPU, what was the CPU temperatures? Average 62 for the CPU. Okay. CPU was hitting the 70s. So the overclock pushed it that we did in the BIOS. But somehow it still dropped us because our best score was 1771. And you know, that's the best score combining it with a 7700K. Obviously that's, you know, that's pretty niche to put those two together, so that's the score we made before. Yeah, we're definitely a ways off. What is this? Times by extreme. So there we are. That's our best score right there. 1771. Jonesy dude. Let's see, 2542 physics score. CPU score 2542, right? Versus, what did we do just now? 2554. So that's not very much of an uplift. So we sacrificed something else. Yo, Vortex, what's going on? Dude, nice to see you. Thanks for coming by. I know the timing is horrible, but I was just about to pop off. 5600X and a 5700 XT. Is that what you're shopping for right now? What are you... Whoa, what the heck was that? Oh, Swiss, thanks for the bit to alert me. Thank you. Yeah, I actually don't know. I don't know what would be better for that. I mean, obviously the easy thing to do would to be, you know, err on the 5700 XT side. But sometimes those AMD CPUs are very close, and you end up with the same performance for, let's say, like gaming per se. A GPU tier list. Yeah, so sometimes those GPUs are close to each other, or CPUs as well. You have to tell me which list you're looking at, and then I can try to I can try to look at it with you. Well, there we are, number 9. But if you isolate for that CPU, dude, I'm telling you what, man. Then you see it's all Jonesy. Jonesy. Everywhere Jonesy. Jonesy's like trying hard. You can tell. He's really trying. My boy Jonesy, dude, up in here grinding, trying to get some scores here. So you're going 1080p. You want ultra settings. Okay, okay. Let's look up, I'm trying to think what to look up right now to help you. My brain is like kind of dying. Let's look up 5600X, oops, X versus 5700. What did you say? XT? What? Well, actually, this is what Google, or this is Microsoft Bing, sorry. It's not Google, but that's just what I have right now. They're saying it's a 21% performance boost, based on this article by Technical City. And then if you go over to user benchmark, so I like to go, this is the site I like to go to. I don't know why it's doing this. That's kind of weird. This is the site I like to go to, user benchmark, but like that's as if nothing's loading. Never fucking seen it do this before. Let me try to refresh it. There we go. That's okay, so that's what it. ZTT GPU tier list. You're trying to put a Ryzen 5 5600X and a Radeon. Oh, you want to combine those together? Oh, okay. Yeah, I totally misunderstood you. All right, so all right, let's see what 5600. Since we're here, let's see what it kind of performance it does. I don't know anything about the 5700 XT. All right, so what do you got here? 8 gigabytes of memory. I mean, to be honest, it all depends on how much you can get this for, right? But I would aim for things that have at least, this is just a humble opinion, humble pie opinion, 12 gigabytes of VRAM. Just, you know, just err on that side. Because let's go back to this website, right? Let's see what kind of, where the fuck is user? All right, so let's do GPUs. What is this? That is not what I clicked. Okay. All right. GPU. Okay. I'll do it myself then. I hate Edge, man. So let's go 5700 XT versus 3060. Now, can we find a user benchmark? Right there. User benchmark. Now, so that one's better. How much are you finding the 5700 XT for? Because it says you can get them for $266 new, so that means if you find them, well, not new, but you can buy them for that. So maybe local you can find it for like super good deal. I think that combination is fine. I just wish I could help you find something that has more than 8 gigabytes of RAM. Dude, my internet is not happy with me, dude. Also have option for 6600 XT or a 1080 Ti. Can't get RAM in a starter build. Yeah, I know, it's so hard. Like, the prices are so crazy, man. You know what I can do? The only thing I can do is maybe give you a place, like some places to watch. And sometimes I sound like a broken record, but the places I like to send people to watch for stuff, let me close that real quick. Let me go back. Let's see. So what I would tell a lot of people is so there's hardware unboxed, and then let's add what do you got there? 6600 XT, and let's see. Can it be saved? So they do a comparison here. They tell you the best and worst, right? So this is a good channel to look at you know, what's the performance, right? And what I like to do is I like to skip around. I like to skip around in here and just get into the charts, though they do have a lot of information that you could just listen to. And I like to look at their charts here. And you can see on Assassin's Creed Valhalla, which, you know, obviously that's dated right now, but it was performing, average was 60, the lows were 45. And then the 5700 XT outperformed. Do you see this? So on this game, it's a little better. And then what you can do is you can skip to the end here. So here's like Doom Eternal. So you can see the 6600 XT on this game. Right here, like 174 to 228. 5700 XT does a little better. It's just slightly. So if you use these guys, they can kind of help you make a better decision than what, you know, poor Jonesy can do. They'll, you know, this is just at this time what the cost was. That cost is no longer applicable. But the other thing to look for is uh, 4K. So you want 1080. So here's 1080. So they have a chart for just 1080p. So you can see the 12 game average for 1080p. You can see at 1080p, the 6600 XT is a little bit, just slightly, like 124 to 128, better than the 5700 XT. And then the other channel I would recommend is PC Builder. And this is the places you can go that will help you figure out how to like look at like charts and tier lists and all that kind of stuff. So this guy, Jason, PC Builder. And let's see if he did anything with the 6600 XT. Sometimes this PC Builder guy, like his main thing is helping you decide what things to put together. So for example, I mean, just this video here, like you can see he's like talking about what kind of prices you can get on things. Right here, you can get pre-builds. He even like point you to pre-builds. This is not your, you know, your parts, but the point is like he like helps you figure these things out, right? This is what his expertise is. Yeah, so you already saw that, but still it kind of like, you know, helps you kind of think these things through by running it by someone more experienced as far as like finding the right prices of things than me. I would be probably like noob level as far as like figuring those out. Let's see, who else do I recommend? I think that's the main two for that specific style of information. I mean, every now and then you can use like Gamers Nexus, or not Gamers Nexus, but Jay's 2 Cents and Linus Tech Tips. They do you know, how to like put things together. Like if your budget GPU is this, what CPU can you put with it, you know? and still get some performance, because you know they do a lot of things on LTT. They do like scrapyard board stuff, and Jay's 2 Cents does a lot of like how to buy things secondhand, how to buy used GPUs and PCs and stuff like that. So I would definitely check. I would check into those. Okay, that's good. You got all that other stuff, yeah. But let's see. What's he got here? And then he does stuff like this. Let's see what he says. So he does a lot of like these things where people like us, like you or me, send him usually through tweets, like you know, this is what I'm thinking about putting together, and then he like kind of tweaks it, right? So just watching those, and then you know he has so many different videos. There's all kinds of budget ranges, right? And so he also shows you how to use you know, like a PC builder list site to like put things together. So like he goes through all that, and it's really helpful. So if I wanted to do a better job in this area, I would definitely be watching a lot of his videos. So and then like Jay's 2 Cents, he does a little bit, but this is what be the main guy. This and Hardware Unboxed to get all your charts. Uh, 16 gigs of RAM. Okay, cool. 750, 80 plus bronze. Yep, I remember you talking about that one. In fact, that's what I'm using on the test bench over there, is an 80 plus bronze 750. You got a 1 TB and 256 gigabyte M2s, right? So you got one for your OS, one for your games. Yeah, well, like for example, then I would like look him up and say 5600, because that's your CPU. So so he does something like this: best Ryzen 5. This is 3 years ago though. Yeah, you ditched the SATA. Nice, good job, man. So here he takes the similar to what you're trying to do, and he kind of, you know, talks you through some of this stuff, like what to combine with it. And then this is 2 years ago. Insane value, best 5600 gaming PC build. So, you know, you have the 5600X, obviously, but, you know, here's a best 5600 gaming PC build. Let's see what we got here. So let's go over to his GPU. So here, since he recommended the 3060 Ti, the 5700 XT is better than the 3060 Ti in a lot of tests. Sometimes maybe they trade. I don't know. But like I think you're good to go with that. But like I said, I would definitely double check some research, like look at videos like that. I want a good GPU to crack Spider-Man 2. Ah, well here we go. How about we go back to here. Buddy. Hardware unboxed, right? Spider-Man 2. Let's see. This is kind of benchmarking shit. I think they have it on their list probably. Let me just see. Let's skip. Stop. Let's skip around. I want to see. Where is Spider-Man? Whoop. Well, that's Spider-Man Remastered. That's not. All right. Maybe they have a similar engine, so let's take a look. Dude, how do you get this out of the way when you're trying to look at this? I can't even fucking read it. They don't have the 5700 on their list, but they do have the 3060 Ti scoring like 98 average at 1440. Oh shit. Okay, what about 1080? Let's see. 3060 Ti at 1080 gets a 138. The 6600 is, you know, that's lower than the XT. That only gets about an 80. Still proving the doubters wrong. 5700, still proving the doubters wrong. But this was two years ago. So it's neck and neck with the 3060. So the 3060 Ti might actually be a little better. That's interesting. But then, of course, it might be harder to find those on a good deal. Those 3060 Ti's might be kind of rare, and then the price is going to be higher. Smoke alarm go off? No, thank you, but no, it's just the doors. They have an alarm on them, so. But how much is it? 3060 Ti. But where's the price? What are they running right now? Dude, they're still going for $500? No, they're not. That's crazy. You're kidding me. And wait, that's not correct. Why did they pick the 5700? Wow, whatever. Oh, never mind. So yeah, the 3060 Ti edges it out. Sometimes a good bit, and other times it's pretty close. So I must have been thinking about the 3060. Dude, but I can't believe they're still fuck. They're still almost $500. What a fucking load of shit. Why? Why would it be still that much? Shit is old. Nvidia's crazy, dude. They're fucking crazy. But yeah, just in my opinion, I think you should do there you go. Yeah, absolutely. I'm dumbfounded at the prices that Nvidia still is able to like mark things. So crazy, dude. Oh, really? So yeah, is the pricing sometimes worse over there? Yeah, so I guess at the end of the day, it may come down to like that availability and the price of what's going on in the market, like what you can order in your area, or if you're able to order something international, then you got to worry about all the extra taxes and fees for that shit. That's why I miss SLI and Crossfire, because then you can like later like get a second of the same card you have and like combine them, and you know, it didn't always play nicely, but for some games you could get a free boost. Well, it's not free, you have to buy the card, but it's like you get a boost just by, you know, combining things together, right? Whereas now it's like, now you gotta like figure out what to do with your old card. Maybe you sell it, maybe you keep it, and then you gotta figure out, you know, what the budget on the next one that you upgrade to. With SLI and Crossfire, there was a few times where I was able to like stay with that, you know, older generation and just find a second. And then I only really cared of upgrading maybe if it was super significant or so. Had to wait doing an RX 580 anymore? Oh, really? Yeah, and you know what? Prices are coming down a little bit. No, Vortex, man. Thank you for coming in and talking about this stuff. That's the kind of stuff I like to talk about. I just wish I was a little bit better versed on like price to performance, right? That's how I can help you more if I had that. That's why I recommend, I don't know, you know, I keep saying the same thing, but do these kind of searches, hardware unboxed, and then put in, you know, your GPU, like I showed you. And these guys, their charts are the best, in my opinion. So look at this, 5700 XT. This was 1 year ago. So these guys are some of the best as far as like giving you the lowdown on this kind of thing. So let's see what we got here. So again, it's Marvel Spider-Man Remastered. It's not 2. Let's see where it lands. So you can crack the 120s at 1080. And they're doing very high quality, keep that in mind. But still, it's a way for you to see how the card compares to others. That's technically better than the 6650 XT. Tom's Hardware? Yeah, I've used that a few times in the past. Yeah, I don't care. Oh, okay, yeah, definitely. Yeah, so that helps. That's good that you know that matters. That helps you decide. Yeah, no problem. No. I don't know why it keeps doing this to me. Where is it here? Where the fuck is it? I want the list that has like everything. Where the fuck is that? The hierarchy, that's ray tracing. I just want normal. What is all this shit? Wow, the pop-ups, dude. They're like getting past my ad blockers. What the hell? ZTT, okay. ZTT. Let's see, is this it? Oh, why does it keep taking me here? What in the fuck? Is this the one? There it is. 5700 XT. Okay. Dude, my brain is slow right now. So, you have to take that out of there? What? Okay. This one? Oh, Zach's Tech Turf. Oh, is that? That's what that stands for. Okay. Okay, I get it now. Okay. Dude, where is it? Dude, back up. Why is it all PSU? What the fuck? Slide to general. Okay. Okay. That's a picture. Dude, what is wrong with... Is this how it's supposed to be? I don't see the 5700 on there though. Dude, I'm super slow. Now we got it. Oh, here we go. Dude, I hold on. Tells me is that part in Ti 5700 XT still outperforms it. Okay. And then technically speaking, it will outperform a lot of the 2000s, like the regular 70 and lower. It will outperform this. And it's going to hang even over here with the 3060. It's going to hang with these, I never got used to the naming, but the Intels and stuff. And it's going to be, you know, somewhere in between the 3060 Ti and the 3060. Depending on the game, obviously. And the reason they have them in these lines is these are the old generations and these are the new generations. And they're just separating them out. So you can see that the higher you go on any given generation, like if you went to the top of this generation, which the top over here of this generation is the 1080 Ti. You can still hang with some of these lower tier cards, you know, within reason, obviously, you know. You can still hang with some of these lower ones or beat them just because you went higher here, right? But then as you go to newer generations, you can see that even the lower tier models can outperform even the higher tier older stuff, which, you know, that all makes sense, I guess. But that's, it looks weird, but that's what they're trying to go for. But for me, once I look on this chart and I say, oh, there's a good deal on a 5700 XT, I can get one of those. I still go from this chart and I go over here and I look at hardware in box. You know? If I have them all in front of me, dude, I'm telling you to get a 5090, dog. That's the safest bet, you know? Like you and I, we jump into payday 3, right? And you know, we just get enough jewelry until we can afford some 5090s. But no, all jokes aside, you have to figure out what games are the most important for you. And since you said Spider-Man 2, that's what I would be researching and trying to figure out, is what is around the price that you're finding this 5700 XT. Like, what other choices do you have, right? Because, you know, that's what you want to match, that price to performance. So by staying in the same price that you're getting that one for, see if there's anything that's outperforming it in those games. And here you can see the ones that might outperform it in remaster would be like 7600 XT, but it's only slightly. So it's all about the price. You got a 6700 XT. Will outperform it quite a bit, but then again, what price? If you can find like a secondhand 3060 Ti, that one really outperformance, and maybe you get a little bit of ray tracing options here and there sometimes. I don't know. Even if you say that you're only doing 75 hertz, this will do it. The 5700 XT will do it. You'll get 75 frames. Definitely. But with this chart, it doesn't really give you, because this is an average over however many games they tested, you know. Let's see. So then you have to go back to Tom's Hardware to figure out, well, how many fucking games did they test to come to this conclusion? And that's all in all this BS that they write here that I can't figure out. Update our test system, resetting, blah blah blah. What the hell? What tests did they run here? It says 8 games. They used 8 games. So they did Borderlands 3, Far Cry 6, Flight Simulator, Forza Horizon 5, Horizon Zero Dawn, Red Dead Redemption, Total War Warhammer 3, Watch Dogs Legion. Okay, so it's a good mix of games, but it doesn't tell you the story for like the one that you really want to get some FPS in. Yeah, for real. When they see the electricity bill, yeah, we're all in trouble. Well, dude, I can't think anymore. I'm so sorry. Let me show you what I did today before I go. Let me show you what I did and why I'm so exhausted. So let me grab my camera. Let me switch microphones. Okay. All right. So can you hear me now? I built this. This is a cardboard box. It was we got some pans. Okay. And I put the liquid 120 millimeter radiator cooler right there on the back of it. Okay. Hold on. Let me switch cameras. There we go. There. Now you can see. I put two 140 millimeter fans on the front of this box. Or else you're getting the 5700 XT. Okay, well, definitely, dude. Look at the videos I showed you, or the channels I showed you, just as a double check, you know, because I don't want to lead anybody wrong. So this is the system that I did all this work for. It's got a lot of fans in it. And then this is the radiator. All in this box. And what's inside of this box, you wonder? Ice packs. I made an ice box, and at the end of the ice box is the 120 millimeter radiator. And that's what I did. Dude, I wish you luck, man. I hope you get a good deal no matter what you end up picking. But, you know, check out some of those other channels, dude. Some of them, those guys definitely have more experience than I do, especially the Jason guy when it comes to like talking about price to performance and how to match parts together. So take everything that you've thought of, everything these websites are telling you, the small amount of stuff that I was able to tell, like kind of combine that together and watch some videos from those guys, and that'll help you come to a different conclusion. Well, not a different, but you'll come to a better conclusion. The temperatures, dude. Let's see. So close this. Close this. So we did this run. This is not my best score, but we did this run. Time Spy Extreme, right? The average temperature, and this is after these are kind of melted. They're not even cold anymore. The average temperature is 37 degrees Celsius. That's crazy. CPU is running average 62. The GPU never got hotter than like 43 maybe at the hottest on Time Spy Extreme. Yeah, like 5. Oh shit. Alright, Vortex, thanks so much for coming by, man. I'm so sorry it's at the tail end of my stream, but I would definitely say that either of those would definitely give you plenty of performance, especially gaming at, you know, the 75 hertz. But remember, if you can tweak things to get a little more FPS than what your monitor handles, sometimes that still gives you like really nice feel to the game as well. So price is king. If the people can give you a good deal, you know, whether it be a store or a person or something like eBay, then okay, then we talk. If they cannot give you a good deal, then no go. No go. Alright, so a big shout out to everybody. Appreciate everybody that came by. Thanks to we had quite a bit of follows and subs today on multiple platforms. That was exciting. We're still going through this multi-day, multi-part series of go through the history of Jonesy's GPUs, seeing what can they handle, what can't they handle, are they dead, are they alive, will they break records, or will the records break them? You can see, oh shit, what's going on here? What's going on here? We might have to get into TimeSpy Extreme. Look at this. People are running the 630 on TimeSpy Extreme as well. Oh man, we gotta get up in here. Jonesy Dude is only 6th. Oh, we might have to do that. But if you go over here to Nomad Light, Jonesy Dude is king with a 408. If you want to see what the Titan is performing, if you're following along, trying to see where Jonesy's Titan has ended up at on TimeSpy Extreme, well, we're trying, but we cannot break 9th place. Viking has just got our number with an 1808. It's just, I don't know, man. I don't know if we're going to be able to overcome that. Not with this 7700K. They're rocking a 5900X. That's helping them get that 1808. I guarantee it. But we performed fairly well. Hey, man. No problem. Thank you for coming out, man. I hope you always feel welcome to come by with any of those questions. And actually I think we both end up learning as we try to talk it out and figure it out. So just double check whatever deal you get, and as I tell everybody, like, if it's a secondhand card, you know, get them to show you it works. And if you're going to buy it, see if they'll meet you in a public place. It helps you not to get scammed. Alrighty, let's call it there, folks. Let's call it there. Let's say we had a good time. Let's leave it with Jonesy's showing. We got to 9th. We got to 9th place, guys. 9th place ain't bad. It's not bad. You know, it's not bad. It's okay. It's an old card anyway, so not a lot of people are messing with it. I like the number 9 anyway. It's one of my favorite numbers. Alright, duders. Thanks for hanging out. Hope to see you in the next one. Thanks, Vortex, for coming by and chatting. We'll see you on the next one too, hopefully. And everybody else, all the lurkers, all the VOD viewers, etc. Thank you. Appreciate it very much. And tomorrow we will probably end up trying again. And but maybe with a little bit of CPU overclocking. But at some point I have to wrap it up with this Titan, and I have to move on to the 980 and see what we can do with that one. And that's it. That's all I can say. That's all I have to say about that. Thanks everybody. Ciao for now. And God bless. Yo, thanks Kiwi. Always coming in when I least expect it. Thank you for the bits. You have a good night too, or afternoon or day or whatever the heck it might be for you. And you know, maybe next time you'll come, you know, in the middle of the stream perhaps, or you know, at the beginning or whatever. Sorry that I'm ending at this time, but my brain doesn't even know what freaking continent I'm on. You know, I can see the American flag next to my name on the results, so I assume that means I'm in the United States. So I guess that's what, North America? I don't know, man. I don't know. This fried my brain building this thing. This icebox fried my brain. And it wasn't really the box. It was what I was doing with the box. The overclocking has fried my brain. Alright, later peoples. Ciao.